Thank you so much for spending your time with me today. Please hit that like button and subscribe.
In the beginning, love spoke first. Out of the silence, the world burst. Sky and soil, star and sea, all woke up when God said be. The earth was empty, wild and wide. Darkness rode on the ocean tide. The Spirit of God was moving slow, hovering where the deep would flow.
Then God called light into the night, said let there be, and it burned bright. And the light felt good, it felt just right. He named it day, he named dark night. The sun hadn't risen but time had begun. Evening and morning the first day spun.
Then God said let the sky stretch out, a wide blue space for breath and shout. Waters below and waters above, held in place by spoken love.
He called it sky and it stood so tall. Evening and morning answered the call. And the sky felt good, it felt just right. Blue by day and stars by night, everything moving the way it should. Evening and morning the second felt good.
Then God said waters step aside, let dry land rise, let seas divide. He named the land, he named the sea, said come on earth, grow wild and free.
Green burst up in every way, trees and fruit with seed to stay. And the green felt good, it felt alive. Every plant learned how to thrive. Roots down low and branches high. Evening and morning the third rolled by.
Then God said light, take your place. Hang in the sky, set time and space, to mark the seasons, days and years, to shine through joy, to shine through tears. The greater light to rule the day, the softer light to glow and sway. And the lights felt good, shining bright,
Keeping rhythm day and night. Days and years began to move. Evening and morning the fourth found groove.
Then God said waters fill with life, splash and swirl and multiply. Birds took wing in open air, songs were rising everywhere. He blessed them all, said fill it up.
Sea and sky don't hold back love.
And the life felt good, wild and free, swimming, flying joyfully. Every sound alive and loud. Evening and morning the fifth sang proud.
Then God said land, it's your turn now. Bring forth life and show them how. Cattle and creatures big and small, every kind answered the call. Then God said let us make mankind in our image, heart and mind. Male and female side by side, breathe with purpose, filled with life. Fill the earth, take loving care, rule with kindness everywhere. I give you plants and fruit to eat for every soul with breath and beat.
And it all felt good, so very good.
Sky and sea and living wood, nothing missing, nothing skewed. Evening and morning the sixth day bloomed.
So heaven and earth were finished whole, every living thing, every soul. On the seventh day the work was done, a holy day beneath the sun. God rested then and blessed that day, set it apart in a sacred way. The world kept singing bright and free, creation's rhythm and harmony. These are the stories of the heavens and earth, from the day they were born, from the day of their birth. When the Lord God made land and sky, before the fields grew green and high. No shrubs in the field, no crops in the ground, no rain had fallen, no farmer around. But a mist rose up from the waiting land, water and dust soul. The Lord God made a man made whole. The Lord God planted a garden fair, east in Eden, rich with care. He placed the man he had just made in the middle of beauty, joy and shade. Every tree was a delight to see, good for food, growing freely. Life was growing everywhere, colors and fruit in the open air. Every need was right on cue, all provided fresh and new. The tree of life stood strong and tall. The tree of knowing stood with the call. A river flowed out of Eden's ground, watering all as it ran around. It split in four as it went its way. Pajan Gion in bright display. Tigris ran east of Asher's land. Euphrates flowed just as planned. Gold was there and precious stone. The land was rich, the ground full grown. Rivers dancing through the land, life poured out at God's command. Everything moving, everything free, flowing in perfect harmony. The Lord God placed a man inside to work the ground and guard its life. He said, you're free to eat and roam. Every tree here is your home. But one tree stands where you must wait, the knowing tree of good and faith. Do not eat from that one tree, for when you do, you'll surely see the day you eat, your life will bend. The rhythm breaks, the story ends. The Lord God said, it's not good now for man to walk this world alone. He formed the beasts, the birds that fly, brought them near as days went by. The man gave names to all he saw, every creature, great and small.
But still no partner stood in place, no one to share this garden space. So the Lord God brought a deeper sleep, a gentle rest, a promise kept.
He took a rib from the man's side, closed the flesh, no wound inside. From that rib a woman grew, formed by God, strong and true. He brought her to the man that day, and joy rose up in every way.
This is bone of my very bone, flesh of my flesh, not alone. Woman now, from man she came, two lives joined, not the same.
That's why a man leaves home behind, holds to his wife, one heart, one mind. They were naked, unashamed, open and free, no fear, no blame, walking together, side by side, in the garden, before the divide. still. Truth was walking free by will, but a voice slipped in with a curious sound, a whisper low on holy ground. Now the serpent was crafty more than all the creatures the Lord God made to call. He said to the woman soft and slow, did God really say you must not go? Did he say no tree is yours to taste? No freedom here, no open space. She said we eat from the garden wide. Every tree grows on every side, but one tree stands where we must wait. If we eat, we die. That is our fate. The serpent smiled and shook his head. You will not surely die, he said. God knows the day you eat that fruit, your eyes will open, you'll see the truth. You'll be like God, knowing wrong and right, seeing the world in different light. The fruit looked good, the fruit looked wise. A hunger rose behind her eyes. She took and ate, then passed it on, and he ate too. The lion was gone. Their eyes flew open, the world felt strange. Everything shifted, everything changed. They sewed fig leaves, tried to hide, covered the fear they felt inside. Then evening came with a familiar sound, the Lord God walking on the ground. Where are you? The Lord God said, a gentle call the garden heard. The man replied from a hidden place,
I was afraid when I saw your face.
who told you that you were naked and bare? Did you eat from the tree that wasn't yours to share? The man said, the woman you gave to me, she gave the fruit, and I did eat. The woman said, the serpent lied, he deceived me, and I tried. So the Lord God spoke, and judgment came, each one called by name. To the serpent he said, cursed you'll be, you'll crawl the dust continually. There will be hatred, seed to seed, he'll crush your head, though you strike his heel indeed. To the woman he said, pain will grow in childbirth and the life you know. Your longing turns, your balance bends, a harder road where love still stands. To the man he said, because you chose to listen where disobedience grows. The ground is cursed because of you, by sweat and toil you'll make it through. Thorns and thistles fill the land, till dust returns to dust again. From dust you came, to dust you'll go. The cost of choosing what we know. Life goes on, but changed and torn, a different different world from that first morn. The man named her Eve that day, mother of life along the way. The Lord God made them garments strong, clothed their shame, though they were wrong. Then he sent them from the garden fair to work the ground with broken care. East of Eden the way was sealed, a flaming sword, a guarded field. But even then, beneath the pain, the story moved, not ending change. Outside the garden, east of the gate, life moved forward, heavy with weight. The ground still breathed, the world still grew, but innocence faded and sorrow new. Adam knew Eve, and life began. She bore a son and named him Cain. She said, with the Lord I've brought forth life. Hope still lived in a broken time. She bore another Abel, Cain, a keeper of sheep, gentle by name. Two brothers standing on the land, two different lives, two working hands. Both brought offerings in their way, both standing before the Lord that day. In time, Cain brought fruit from the soil. Abel brought firstborn, the best of the spoil. The Lord looked with favor on Abel's gift, but Cain's fell flat, his spirit slipped. Cain burned hot, his face fell low. A storm inside began to grow. The Lord said, Cain, why the rage, why the shadow on your face? If you do right, you'll stand up tall, but sin is crouching, waiting to call. Sin desires you, the warning came, but you must rule it, not the same. Cain spoke to Abel, walked the field, and there where nothing was concealed, Cain rose up in jealous flame, and Abel fell, the blood cried Cain. The ground went silent, the sky stood still. A brother slain by his brother's will. The first blood spilled on open land, a mark forever on human hands. The Lord said, Cain, where's Abel now? Cain said, I don't know. Am I his guard somehow? The Lord replied, your brother's cry calls to me from the earth nearby. The ground you worked has drunk his blood. It will not yield like it once could. You'll be restless, a wanderer wide. Cain said, said, this punishment's too much to hide. Anyone who finds me will take my life. But the Lord said no. That ends the strife. The Lord marked Cain so none would kill. Protection mixed with judgment still. Cain left the Lord, went east once more, away from presence, away from shore. He built a city, named it for his son. Life went on, though the damage was done. Music rose and metal rang. Violence grew where pride had sang. Lamech spoke with a sharpened tongue of wounds and revenge when he was wrong. If Cain was avenged sevenfold, then 77 for my own, he told. The spiral turned, the echo grew, from one wrong choice too many threw. Hands grew strong, hearts grew cold. The story twisted as it rolled. Adam knew Eve again in time. Another son, a different line. She named him Seth, said God has placed another seed in Abel's place. In Seth's days a shift began. People called on the Lord again. From blood and grief to hope's refrain, the story moved through loss and pain.
This is the line from the first breath drawn, from the day that God made Adam born. In the likeness of God, humankind began, male and female, woman and man. When God created humankind, He made them in His likeness and sign. He blessed them both and gave them a name, called them man when life first came. Adam lived 130 years, a son was born through hope and tears. From father to son the days roll on, life keeps moving, the line lives on. Years are counted, names are said, they lived their lives, and then they rested. Adam named his son Seth that day, in his likeness born his way. Adam lived 800 more, sons and daughters filled his door. All his days were 930, then he died, the earth stood sturdy. From dust to breathe, from breath to ground, the rhythm turns, the years go round. Born they lived, their children came, then they rested, just the same.
Seth lived 105 years in time, and Nosh was born the next in line. Seth lived 807 sons and daughters under heaven. All his days were 912, then he died as all else fell.
And Nosh lived 90 years complete, Canaan was born at his feet. And Nosh lived 800 more, life kept knocking at the door. 905 were all his days, then he rested in the clay. Names keep
every breath is something new. Though the body fades away, the line moves on from day to day.
Canaan lived 70 years alive, Mahalel arrived.
Canaan lived 840, sons and daughters filled the story.
910 were all his days.
Then he died
The ancient way.
Mahalalel lived 65.
Jared came into his life.
He lived 830 more.
Children laughing at his door.
895 he stood.
Then he rested as all would.
Jared lived 162.
Enoch was born, the line went through. Jared lived 800 more. 962 in store.
Then he died, the earth held tight, but Enoch walked a different life.
Enoch walked with God each day.
365 passed away.
Then he was not, God took him home.
No grave, no dust, no silent stone.
Some live long, some walk away. Some are gathered a different way. But every life has a place
In the long unfolding trace.
Methuselah lived 187.
Lamech was born beneath the heaven. He lived 782 more, 969 at the door.
Then he died, the longest span, yet still the line moved on through man.
Lund lived 182. A son was born and hope broke through. He named him Noah, saying then, he will comfort us again.
From the curse upon the ground,
rest and hope will be found. From aching hands and broken soil, hope was named in the middle of toil. Through every year, through every loss, the promise moved through dust and moss. Abimelek lived 595, sons and daughters filled his life.
All his days were 777.
Then he rested under heaven.
Noah lived 500 years. Shem, Ham, and Japheth appeared.
From Adam's breath to Noah's name, the years roll on, the story remains.
Though each one lived and each one died, the promise walked the line of time.
The world kept turning, the people grew. Across the land as the numbers grew. Life filled the earth, both far and wide. But something dark was rising inside. When people multiplied on the land, daughters were born by God's own hand. The sons of God saw beauty that day. They took for themselves in their own way. The Lord said, my spirit will not remain, forever striving with humankind's pain. Their days will number 120. Time will shorten, not endless plenty. The Nephilim walked the ancient ground, mighty ones of great renown. spoken of long ago, in days when shadows learn to grow.
The Lord saw wickedness spread and rise, every thought bent toward evil inside. From morning light to evening breath, the path was leaning hard to death. The Lord was grieved in his very heart that he had made them from the start.
And sorrow moved through heaven's sound as love looked down on broken ground. What once was good, it turned away. The earth was filled with violent waste. So the Lord said, I will wipe away from the face of earth what I have made. People and beasts, the birds and all, the creeping things, both great and small. For I regret what has been done. But Noah walked with God alone. But Noah found favor in the Lord's eyes, a different heart beneath the skies, righteous and blameless in his time. He walked with God in a broken line. These are the generations of Noah's name. 3 sons walked in his frame, Shem and Ham and Japheth too, the family line that carried through. The earth was corrupt in God's sight, filled with violence day and night. Every path had twisted wrong, the strong crushed weak, the right grew long. All flesh had turned from what was true. The world forgot what love could do. So God said, Noah, hear my voice. The end of all flesh is now my choice. The earth is filled with violent sound. I will destroy it, flood the ground. But make yourself an ark of wood. Do everything just as I've said you should. Make rooms within, coat it tight with pitch inside and pitch outside. 300 cubits long it shall be. 50 wide, 30 high, you'll see. A roof above, a door in the side, 3 decks stacked, 1 over wide. I will bring flood waters on the land to wipe out life at my command. But I will make my covenant true with you and all who walk with you. Bring into the ark your family, your sons, their wives, and you and she. 2 of each of every kind, male and female, life combined. Food for you and food for them. Store it all until the end. Noah did all the Lord had said, every word, every thread, while the world kept dancing blind. An ark rose slow against the time. The time had come, the day was near. The earth held its breath in quiet fear. What God had spoken would now unfold, a story written, a truth foretold.
Lord said, Noah, enter the ark, you and your house before it turns dark. I have seen that you walk upright in this generation in my sight. Take clean animals, 7 and 7, male and female, ordered by heaven.
2 by 2 and 7 more. Life stepped through the waiting door, from field and sky and creeping ground. Every living kind was found. 7 more days, the Lord God said.
Then rain will fall when none has spread. 40 days and 40 nights.
Water pouring from the heights.
Every living thing I made will fade away with me, will be erased.
And Noah did what the Lord had said. Every word, every step led. 600 years it filled his frame when flood waters came in rain.
Noah entered with sons and wives. Animals entered to save their lives. Clean and unclean, beast and bird.
Just as God had clearly worded.
And when the 7th day arrived, the Lord himself shut them inside.
One door closed by a holy hand, between the old world and the land. Mercy sealed in wood and pitch.
Time crossed over the final switch.
The fountains of the deep burst wide.
Heaven's windows open high.
Rain fell hard on the waiting ground.
40 days unending sound.
The waters rose, the ark was freed, lifted up above the deep. Higher still the waters climbed, over hills and trees and time. The ark floated where mountains lay,
As the world below washed away.
the waters covered every height, every mountain lost from sight. 15 cubits rose the tide.
Nothing standing far or wide.
All flesh perished where it stood, bird and beast and creeping brood. Everything with breath was gone.
Every life outside withdrawn. Only those within the ark remain, sheltered safe above the plain.
The flood prevailed 100 days. The waters ruled in endless waves. The world was silent, vast and still, covered deep beyond the hills. But the ark still rocked upon the sea, carrying hope quietly while waters ruled the broken land.
Life was held in God's own hand.
The rain grew quiet, the thunder slept. The world lay still beneath the deep. What once was chaos slowly calmed, as heaven remembered what it had formed. God remembered Noah and all that lived, every beast the ark could give. He sent a wind across the land. The waters eased at his command. The springs below were shut up tight. The heavens closed, the rain took flight. again, from floating dark to distant land, a waiting world beneath God's hand. He sent a raven into the air, it flew back and forth without care. Then Noah sent a dove to see if dry ground waited patiently. The dove came back with nowhere to stand, and Noah drew her to his hand. Still too soon, still water wide, the earth was healing tide by tide. So Noah waited, steady and slow, trusting time would let life grow. 7 more days quietly passed, he sent the dove again at last. She came back near the evening light, an olive leaf held fresh and bright. Noah knew the ground was near, hope had wings, the end was clear. Green returned where death had been, life peeked out soft and clean. A single leaf, a promise small, but enough to change it all. 7 more days the dove took flight, she did not return that night. In the 601st year span, the waters left the face of land. Noah pulled back the ark's roof and saw dry ground and living proof. The Lord said, Noah, now go out, you and your family without doubt. Bring every creature great and small, let them spread across it all. So Noah went out, his sons and wives, every creature alive with life. They scattered wide on earth once more, just as God had said before. The world breathed in, the world stood free, after water, land and sea. Every step on drying ground, a brand new start without a sound. Noah built an altar there, gave thanks with open hands in prayer. The Lord smelled rest a pleasing way, and spoke a promise for all days. Never again will I curse the ground, or wipe out a life the way it drowned. As long as earth and sky remain, seed and harvest will sustain. The land lay open, clean and wide, a brand new world on the other side. From flood and silence, life began, with Noah standing on dry land. God bless Noah and his sons, said, fill the earth, the work's begun. Every creature now will know a healthy fear where you may go. Into your hands they all are given, fish and bird and beasts of living. Life goes on beneath the sun, a second start, a world rerun. From drying ground to open sea, the earth was set to multiply. Every moving thing that lives is food, just as plants were given to you. But do not eat the life within, the blood is sacred, do not begin. For lifeblood justice I require, from beast or man the cost is higher. Whoever sheds a human life, by human hands will face what's right. For in God's image life was made, a holy mark that must be weighed. Then God said, be fruitful still, fill the earth, fulfill my will. And God spoke further, firm and true, a covenant I make with you, with your children yet unborn, with every creature ever born. Never again will waters rise to wipe out life beneath the skies. No flood again will end the land, this promise stands by God's own hand. between me and all life too. He set his bow within the cloud, bright with color, clear and proud. When clouds gather, storm draws near, that bow will shine, and I'll remember here. A rainbow stretched across the sky, a living sign as storms pass by. Heaven's promise painted bright, mercy shining after night. The sons of Noah filled the land, Shem and Ham and Japheth planned. From these three the nations grew, every people old and new. Noah planted vines one day, drank the wine and lay away. Even righteous men can fall, still learning grace inside it all. The story bends but carries on, from dusk of night to break of dawn. Ham saw his father, told his kin, but Shem and Japheth walked in. They covered him without a glance, honored him with backward stance. When Noah woke and learned the truth, he spoke of paths each son would choose. Cursed be Cain, and Noah said, a servant's road his steps will tread. Blessed be the Lord, Shem's God alone. Let Canaan serve where Shem has grown. May God enlarge Japheth's way, let him dwell where Shem will stay. So Noah lived his days complete, 950 years in beat. Then Noah died, his journey done, but through his sons the world went on. From storm to bow, from fear to grace, God set his sign for every place. When clouds roll in and colors shine, the promise holds across all time. These are the families, the lines that grew after the flood, when the world was new. From Noah's sons the people ran, across the earth, across the land. The sons of Japheth spread far and wide, along the coastlands by the tide. Gomer and Magog, Madai too, Javan, Tubal, Meshech through. From these came nations, tongue and land, each in their place, each where they stand. Every people, every shore, families forming more and more, languages rising, borders drawn, the world kept growing, moving on. From Gomer came Ashkenaz, Riphath to Garma, near and far. From Javan's line the islands grew, Elisha, Tarshish in view, Kittim and Dedan by the sea, spreading out naturally. From coast to coast the people went, by clan and speech, by settlement, not scattered, lost, but fully known, each in a place they called their own. The sons of Ham filled southern lands, Cush and Egypt at God's command, putting Canaan in the line, their children spread in place and time. From Cush came Nimrod, strong and bold, the first great ruler's stories told. A mighty hunter, a powerful name,
Kingdoms rising in his fame.
Babel, Jacob grew, Shinar's land came into view. From that land Assyria rose, Nineveh where power flowed, Rehoboth, Kyla stood tall, reason great among them all. Egypt fathered people known, Ludites, Anamites grown. From river bends to desert sand, cities rose across the land, power death in nations widely dispersed. Jebusites and Amorites, Girgashites in different sites. Hivites, Arkites in its two, Arvadites and Zamarites grew.
Canaan's borders stretched afar from Sidon down to where Gerar, toward Gaza, Sodom's plain, Gomorrah, Admah once again.
The sons of Shem carried the line of Abram's future down through time. Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud and Aram's line were glad. From Aram came Eisenhol, Gethermash, the family full.
From Shem's line the promise ran, quiet now but part of the plan. Not in power, not in fame, but holding fast the future name.
Arphaxad fathered Shelah's breath.
Shelah fathered Ebernex.
Eber's sons were born in days when earth was split in distant ways. One was Peleg, named that year, for division happened here.
The other son was Joktan born,
Through whom the southern tribes were formed.
Almodad she left known.
Hazamaveth Jerah grown. Hadoram, Uzal, Dikla, to Abal, Abimelek came through. Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, Jobab joined the family star. They settled east in mountain land, from Mesha to Sepharstan.
Every clan and every name, every place where people came, by language, land and family, the nations formed naturally.
These are the sons of Noah's line, after the flood in space and time. From one family many grew, the world was filled just as God knew. The whole wide world had a single sound, one shared voice, one common ground. Every word the same to say, walking together the human way. As people moved from east to west, they found a plain where they could rest. In Shinar's land they settled down. Dreams grew tall where bricks were found. They said, let's make our bricks burn strong. Stone won't do, but clay belongs. Come on now, let's build it high. Reach the heavens, touch the sky. Make a name we'll never lose. Stick together, no more moves. Brick on brick and tar for stone. Hands were busy, hearts were bold. A city rose from common plan, a tower shaped by pride of man. But the Lord came down to look and see what human hands were trying to be. The Lord said they are one, it's true. One people speaking words in tune. Nothing planned will stay undone if they keep moving as just one. Come, he said, let us go down. Mix their language, shake the sound. Let their words no longer land, so plans can stand hand in hand. So voices split where one had been. Confusion rushed the world right in. Words fell short, the rhythm broke. Plans unraveled, voices choked. Hands once joined, now let go. The song went quiet, the people slowed. The city stopped, the tower froze. Scattered paths where no one chose. From there the Lord sent them wide across the earth to every side. That place was named for broken sound. Babel where confusion was found. One voice turned to many tongues, many roads where one had run. Still the world kept moving on, even when the dream was gone. These are the generations told from Shem's line as years unfold. Shem lived 100 years and 2. Arphaxad came when floods were through. Shem lived 500 more in span. Sons and daughters filled the land. From scattered speech and distant ground, quieter stories still moved on. Not built in brick, not raised in stone, but carried through a family tone.
Arphax lived 35.
Shelah entered into life.
403 were all his days.
Sons and daughters filled his ways.
Shelah lived for 30 more.
Eber came to carry forward.
Eber lived 34.
Peleg came through his open door. In Peleg's days the earth was split. The nation spread, the world was lit. Peleg lived 209. Children born in ordered time, while nations moved and borders grew. A promised line stayed straight and true, not loud with towers scraping sky, but steady as the years passed by. Reu was born when years rolled on. Then Serug, then Nahor came along. Nahor fathered Terah then. The story narrowed down again. Terah lived 70 years in play. Abram entered time and space. From one loud voice to many lands, from scattered dreams to promised plans. The world spread wide, the noise grew thin, and quietly a call would begin. Quiet voice in a wide open land, a promise spoken, a future plan. From scattered tongues and broken schemes, God turned to one man's listening ear. The Lord said, Abram, it's time to go. Leave your country, the life you know, your father's house, your native ground. I'll show you land where hope is found. I will make you a nation strong. I will bless you all life long. I'll make your name a blessing true. Bless those who bless, stand with you. Those who curse you, I'll stand against. Through you all earth will be blessed. So Abram went as the Lord had said. Lot walked with him where faith led. 75 when the road began, leaving Haran, the traveling man. They took their wealth, their souls, their care, and stepped toward Canaan, not knowing where. Step by step on a dusty way, trusting the voice that called his name. No map in hand, no sign in view, just a promise walking him through. Abram passed through the land that day to Shechem's oak at Morah's place. The Canaanites were living there, but the Lord appeared in open air. To your offspring this land I give, and Abram built an altar to him. Stone on stone beneath the sky, calling on God as the years rolled by. From promise heard to promise claimed, he praised the one who knew his name. From there he moved toward Bethel side, with 8 to the east, tent spread wide. He built another altar there, called on the Lord in open prayer. Then Abram kept on moving through, toward the Negev southward drew. Altars rising, tents pulled down, faith on the move, no settled ground. Every step, a living song, walking where the voice led on. But famine came upon the land, the ground grew dry beneath his stand. So Abram went to Egypt then, to live there for a time of need. He said to Sarai, please hear me now, they'll see your beauty, I know how.
Say you're my sister, spare my life, so I may live because you're mine.
Fear mixed in with trust in God, faith and weakness on the road. When Abram came to Egypt's gate, the people saw her beauty great. She was taken to Pharaoh's house. Abram gained wealth, sheep and spouse. But the Lord struck Pharaoh's home with heavy plagues where truth was known. Pharaoh called Abram, said, what is this? Why hide the truth? Why risk like this? Take your wife and go your way, and sent them out without delay. Grace still moved through human fear. God stayed faithful, drawing near. Even when the path been wrong, the promise held and carried on. So Abram left with all he had, back toward the land the Lord had said. From call to road to trial and test, the journey had begun and pressed. Back to the places he'd walked before, from Egypt's road to the promised door. Same old land, same open sky. Faith returned where the altars lie. Abram went up from Egypt's state, with Sarai, Lot, and all their way. An edge of dust beneath their feet, silver and gold, their herds complete. He journeyed back to Bethel's ground, where first he called the Lord's own name. Back where the altar once stood tall, back where the promise made its call. Same white land, same faithful sound. God was waiting where Abram found. Now Lot walked with great wealth too, flocks and herds that only grew. The land could not support them both. Too many tents, too many goats. Herdsmen argued in the fields, while Canaanites watched the tension build. Too much blessing, not enough space. Crowded hearts in an open place. Even good things can pull apart if peace is lost inside the heart. So Abram said to Lot one day, let's not fight along the way. We are family, flesh and bone. This land is wide, we're not alone. If you go left, I'll go right. If you go right, I'll take the other side. Choose the way of peace and grace. God with open sight. Lot lifted up his eager eye, saw the Jordan plain spread wide, well-watered land like Eden's green, like Egypt's fields lush and clean. So Lot chose east and packed his tent toward the cities where his steps went. What looks good isn't always best. Not every green field offers rest. Choices made by what we see can carry weight we don't yet feel. Abram stayed in Canaan's land, while I'd moved near where Sodom stands. Then the Lord spoke once again, after Lot had left his tent. Lift your eyes where you now stand, north and south, the whole wide land. Every place your feet will tread, I give to you the promise said. Your offspring more than dust can be, countless as what eyes can't see. Walk the land from end to end, this gift will follow you and them. So Abram moved his tents that day to Hebron's oaks at Mamre's place. There he built another stone, an altar to the Lord alone. Peace was chosen, trust held fast, the promise spoken wider still. Not by grasping, not by fight, but faith that walks in open light. Kings were rising, borders shook, the quiet land was overtook. From valley green to desert plain, war rolled in like heavy rain. In the days when kings took sides, four from east with power and pride, they fought the five in Sidon's vale, Salt Sea low where shadows sail. Sodom's king and Gomorrah fell, pits of tar where armies dwell.
Victory turned, the cities broke, smoke and fear and battles wake. What was gathered, what was stored, taken off by foreign lords.
They seized the goods, the people too. Lot was taken as they moved. Abram's kin, his brother's son, carried off when the fight was done. A runner came with breathless news. Abram heard and did not lose. Blood may rise and kings may boast, but love runs faster than an oath. When family's bound by more than land, faith will move a willing hand. Abram gathered men born in his house, 318 set out. He chased them north beneath the stars to Dan, then farther than the war.
Kings came out with guarded hope. The king of Salem stepped in peace, Melchizedek, whose reign released. He brought out bread, he brought out wine, a priest of God most high in time. Blessed be Abram, the priest proclaimed by God most high, whom heaven names. Blessed be God who gave your foe into your hand, the victory flow.
Abram gave a tenth that day of everything the battle gave. The king of Sodom spoke up then. Give me the people, keep the gain. But Abram said with lifted hand, I've sworn an oath before the land. I will not take a thread or tie, so none may say you made me rise.
Only what the men have eaten and what my allies fairly keep them.
So Abram walked away that day, free of debt, free of claim. Not by sword alone he stood, but by trust in God most good.
From clash of kings to bread and wine, from lifted sword to blessing line, the battle past, the promised state, a quieter power on display.
After the battles, after the noise, came a quiet word, a gentler voice. Under the sky the night stood still, waiting again for the Lord's own will. The word of the Lord came clear and bright. Do not be afraid this silent night. I am your shield, your great reward. Spoken softly by the Lord. But Abram said, what can you give? I have no child to carry my life. A servant born within my home, Eliezer stands where heirs should roam. You've given me no son to raise, no future name, no lasting day. Then the word of the Lord came strong and new. This man will not inherit you. A son from your own body born will carry on when days move on. He led Abram beneath the sky, said, look up now, let your eyes try. Count the stars if you are able, that's your offspring on the table. Abram believed what God had said, and faith was counted righteousness. The Lord said, I am the one who brought you out from your where idols taught to give this land into your hand. But Abram asked, how will I understand? How will I know this promise true? How will I see it carried through? The Lord said, bring the offering here, a heifer, goat, and ram appear, a turtle, dove, a pigeon too. Abram did just what God told him to. He cut them down and laid them wide, but did not split the birds aside. Birds of prey came circling low. Abram drove them off below, waiting there beneath the sun till the evening had begun.
fell thick and profound. A dreadful darkness filled the air. The weight of truth was heavy there. God said, know this for certain now. Your children's path will bend and bow. They'll be strangers in a foreign land, enslaved and pressed by another hand. For 100 years this road they'll tread, but I will judge the nation that led. After that they'll come back free with great possessions, wealth to see. You'll go in peace, grow old in grace, buried full in rightful place. In the 4th generation they'll return, for the sin of the Amorites has yet to turn. When the sun had fully gone from sight, a smoking fire pot cut the night. A blazing torch passed through the space between the pieces, seal in place. On that day the Lord made clear a covenant spoken year to year. To your offspring this land I give, where future generations live. From Egypt's river to the great Euphrates, Kenites, Kenizzites, names so weighty, Cadmonites, Hittites, Dan, Perizzites, across the land, Rephaim, Amorites in line, Canaanites through future time. Under stars that filled the sky, Abram stood and did not try to force the promise, speed the plan. He trusted God, and so it began.
Time kept moving, the promise stayed, but waiting grew heavy day by day. Hope stood still in a quiet place. Faith and fear shared the same space. Sarai had borne no child to Abram. Years rolled on, the silence came. She had an Egyptian servant there. Hagar was her given name. Sarai said, the Lord has closed my way. Take my servant, maybe hope will stay. Try to help what God had said. Human hands where faith once led. Hope and hurry intertwined, waiting weighs on the restless mind. Abram listened to Sarai's voice. Hagar was taken by that choice. Hagar knew she carried life. Her eyes looked down on Abram's wife. Sarai felt wronged, her heart burned sore. Anger rose where trust once stood before. Pain between them, pride and blame. Love strained tight in the waiting game. What was meant to bring new life brought heavy days and sharpened strife. Sarai said, this wrong is on you. Abram said, do what you must do. So Sarai dealt harshly then. Hagar fled from sight of men into the desert, alone and dry, under the sun and open sky. Running fast with nowhere to go, carrying life she barely knows, desert dust and broken plans, a frightened heart in foreign land. The angel of the Lord found her there, by a spring along the way to Shur. He said, Hagar, where do you go? Where have you come from? She said, I don't know. I'm running away from Sarai's hand, lost and tired in desert sand. The voice came soft but strong and clear, not angry words, but drawing near. Even here you're not unseen, even now you're known to me. He said, go back and humble your way. I will multiply your child someday. You are with child, a son you'll name. Ishmael is his given name. The Lord has heard your cry and pain. Your tears have not fallen in vain. He will live wild and strong and free, and against all against he. Yet he will stand where brothers dwell, a life foretold, a future spell. So Hagar named the Lord she saw, you are the God who sees it all. She said, I've seen the one who sees me here, by that well in desert fear. The well was named for what she knew, the living one who sees her through. Hagar returned, the child was born. Ishmael came at break of morn. Abram was 86 that year when Ishmael's cry first filled the air. A promise bent but not erased, still moving forward, still in grace. In desert heat and waiting years, God still listens, God still hears. Not every path is straight or planned, but every life rests in his hand. Years rolled on beneath the sun, waiting seasons, promise begun. Then God appeared in shining grace and spoke again in time and place.
When Abram reached 99, the Lord appeared in voice divine. I am God Almighty, he said, walk before me, trust where I lead. I will make my covenant clear between me and you, year to year.
Fall on your face,
Hear the sound,
promise spoken, holy ground.
not by strength, not by fame,
But by faith I'll mark your name.
you will be the father of nations wide.
No longer Abram, the Lord replied.
Your name is Abraham from this day.
From many nations will rise your way. I will bless you, make you grow. Kings will come from what you sow.
From wandering man to promised seed, future written in what you believe. Names rewritten, lives made new. God still does what God will do.
I give this land where you now roam, for you and yours a lasting home, an everlasting covenant true, for your children after you.
Then God said, this sign will stand between me and you, a mark in the land. Every male must bear this sign, the covenant cut into time. From infant days to servant born, a lasting promise never torn.
Anyone who will not receive this sign will be cut off indeed. Then God spoke of Sarai's name. No longer Sarai, Sarah the same. I will bless her, give you a son. From her life the promise comes.
A child of laughter yet to be, born where age said can't be. God makes roads where none appear, turns the impossible into near.
Abraham fell and laughed that day, said in his heart, can this be the way? 100 years and a child to raise, Sarah 90 in her days.
He said, let Ishmael live before you, a father's prayer sincere and true. God hears the heart behind the word, every question softly heard. Faith may laugh, faith may bend, still God speaks what he intends. The Lord said yes, but hear me now. Sarah will bear the child I vowed. You'll name him Isaac, laughter sound. My covenant will rest on him found. As for Ishmael, I've heard your cry, I will bless him, multiply.
12 princes from his line will rise, a great nation before your eyes. But the covenant past stays true, through Isaac's line I'll carry you. This time next year the child will come. Then God was gone, the words still hum.
That very day without delay, Abraham did just what God would say. Every male within his tent, born or bought to covenant when Abraham was 99, Ishmael 13 at that time. Obedience met the promised word.
Faith took shape, the sign was heard. From flesh and blood to future flame, a covenant sealed in God's own name.
New names spoken, future sealed. A laughing child soon to be revealed. From dust and doubt to living sun,
God keeps time in his design.
High noon shimmered, the day stood still by Mamre's oaks on a sunlit hill. A tent stood open to passing feet, where strangers met with bread to eat.
The Lord appeared as three drew near. Abraham saw and hurried clear. He bowed low, said, "Please don't pass. Rest a while in the shade and grass."
Water was brought for dusty feet. Bread was baked, a generous treat. Open hands and an open door, room for love and something more. When kindness flows without a plan, God draws close to woman and man. Curds and milk and tender meat, Abraham served them all to eat.
He stood nearby beneath a tree, while heaven sat with humanity.
They said, "Where is your wife, Sarah?" He said, "She's there, inside the tent." Every promise finds its place, even spoken face to face. In ordinary shared out days, God still moves in quiet ways. Then one said, "I'll return next year,
And Sarah will have a son right here."
Sarah laughed from inside the tent.
Quiet disbelief where hope had been.
After I'm worn and my Lord is old, will joy come now like stories told? Laughter rises where doubt has been. Hope sneaks in with a nervous grin. What feels too late, too far, too strange, God calls ready for a change. The Lord said, "Why did Sarah laugh?
Is anything too hard to grasp?
At the appointed time I'll stay, and
Sarah will have a son that day."
she said, "I
Didn't laugh, afraid he'd say,
you did."
and gently stay.
True spoken, soft, not crushing down. Mercy wrapped in gentle sound. God sees fear, God knows the heart.
Still he keeps his promise part.
The men set out toward Sodom's plain. Abraham walked with them again.
The Lord said, "Shall I hide my way from Abraham I've chosen today?
Through him all nations will be blessed. He'll teach his house what's right and just. Chosen not for pride or gain, but to walk truth out loud and plain. Justice joined with mercy's hand. That's how God builds up the land. The Lord said, "Sodom's outcries loud.
Its sin has risen like a cloud. I'll go down now and see it through. If all I've heard is fully true."
The men went on toward the town, but Abraham stood, his heart weighed down. He drew near and spoke with care.
Will you sweep the righteous with the unfair?
Suppose there's 50 in that place.
Will you still wipe out all their space?
The Lord said, "If 50's found, I'll spare the city all around." Abraham said, "I've dared to speak.
reached its end, the Lord went on, Abraham returned. Between a city and the flame, a man stood up and spoke God's name.
Where justice meets a pleading cry, love still answers from the sky.
Night fell heavy on the city gate. Two strangers came, the hour was late. The choice stood sharp between right and wrong, before the fire, before the dawn. The two angels reached Sodom's door. Lot was sitting there as before. He rose, he bowed, he begged them, stay, come to my house, don't pass this way. They said no, we'll sleep in the square. But Lot pressed hard with urgent care. Hospitality in a darkened place, a fragile light, a final grace. One open door, one desperate plea, before the storm of judgment came to be. Before they lay down, the city stirred. Young and old, every man was heard. They gathered round with violent cry, bring them out, the mob replied. Lot stepped out and shut the door, begged them not to act this wrong once more. Blind desire, hearts gone cold, truth was cheap and power bold. The night pressed in with twisted sound, when mercy stood its final ground. The men reached out and pulled Lot near, shut the door and struck them blind with fear. They groped the house till strength was gone, still chasing sin till night wore on. The angel said, get everyone you can, your sons, your daughters, take their hand. Destruction's coming with morning's light, this city's falling in God's sight. Lot spoke to sons who were set to wed, but his warning sounded like words unsaid. They laughed him off, thought it a game. Dawn crept closer, the fire the same. The angels urged, now leave this place, or you'll be swept away in this disgrace. When mercy lingers and time runs thin, every step matters, moving in. Don't delay when the call is clear, the window's closing, the end is near. Lot still lingered, caught in fear, so the angels grabbed them, drew them near. The Lord was merciful, strong and kind, pulled them out while they still hesitated inside. Run for your life, don't look behind, don't stop anywhere, leave it all behind. No turning back, don't slow your stride, run toward the hills, let mercy guide. Lot said, please, not the mountains high, I'll perish there before I try. There's a small town close at hand, let me flee to Zor's land. The angel said, it will be so, I won't destroy the town you go. Even in judgment, mercy bends, God still listens, God still sends. The sun rose up as Lot arrived, then fire fell from heaven's sky. The Lord rained sulfur, burning flame on Sodom, Gomorrah, and every name. The cities fell, the valley burned, the fertile land to ash was turned. What once looked rich, what once looked sure, could not stand, could not endure. When wickedness fills every space, fire answers, time gives chase. But Lot's wife turned her eyes behind, her heart still tied to what she'd find. She looked back once, just one small glance, and turned to salt in that last chance. What we cling to can hold us fast, chain us to a burning path. Freedom waits where faith looks on, not back to what is dead and gone. Abraham stood where he'd prayed before. Smoke rose up from the broken floor. God remembered the righteous cry and pulled Lot out as death went by. The daughters feared the world was done. No men left, no future run. They made their father drink one night, then another under cover of night. From fear and sin, new life began. Moab and Ammon from that plan. Even through ruin, shame and loss, history bends but moves across. God weaves forward through human scars, threading light through shattered stars. From fire and flight to ash and ground, mercy still was the loudest sound. Out of the flames the story ran, God still moves through broken man. Burned out plains to greener ground, Abraham wondered where mercy's found. Still learning faith step by step, still carried forward, still God kept. Abraham journeyed toward the Negev land, between Kadesh and Shur he planned. He stayed a while in Jerah's place, and fear returned to test his faith. He said of Sarah, she's my sister, a half-truth spoken to resist danger. Old fears rising in a new land, faith and weakness hand in hand. Even those who walk with God still stumble on the trusting road. Abimelek, king of that land, took Sarah by royal command. But God came down in a dream that night, spoke clear words in holy light. You are as good as dead, he said, for the woman you took is another man's wife. God speaks loud when hearts are clean. Truth breaks through what's barely seen. Justice moves where power stands. Even kings are in God's hands. Abimelek said, Lord, hear my plea. I acted in pure integrity. He told me she was his sister, true. She said the same. What could I do? God replied, I know your heart. That's why I kept you from the start. I stopped your hand, I blocked your way, so sin would not take root this day. Return the woman, God then said. He's a prophet, pray instead. He will pray and you will live, or refuse and death I give. Abimelek rose at break of day, told
told his men what God did say. Fear fell hard on every ear when God's own voice was drawn so near. Power bowed where truth was known, a higher king had made it shown. Abimelek called Abraham near, said, "What have you done bringing fear? What wrong did I ever do to you that you'd bring such guilt into view?" Abraham said, "I thought for sure no fear of God would here endure. I feared they'd kill me for my wife, so I bent the truth to save my life. She truly is my sister by blood, my father's daughter, not my mother's child. When God led me far from home, I asked her this, wherever we roam. Say you are my sister there, so I may live through honest fear." Abimelek gave sheep and cattle wide, servants too, and Sarah sighed. He said, "My land is open wide, live where you wish, no need to hide." To Sarah he gave silver then, a sign before all eyes of men. Truth restored and honor shown, public wrongs were clearly known. Shame was lifted, grace displayed, God still guards what he has made. Then Abraham prayed as God had said, and Abimelek's house was healed instead. Wombs were opened, life returned, a lesson all the land had learned. Even when faith bends in fear, God stays faithful, drawing near. He guards the promise, guards the plan, protecting life through flawed man.
Morning light on an open plain, a promise kept after years of wait. What once felt far, what once felt thin, began to laugh and breathe again. The Lord visited Sarah as he said, did just what he promised, just as he led. Sarah conceived and bore a son at the appointed time when the days were done. Abraham named him Isaac then, just as God had spoken when. Laughter rose where tears had been, joy came dancing through the tent. What felt impossible, long denied, was born alive by God's design. On the 8th day, just as told, Abraham marked the child's roll. Abraham was 100 years when Isaac's cry rang bright and clear. Sarah said, God has made me laugh, and all who hear will laugh with me at last. Who would have said in years gone by that I would nurse a child of mine? Joy surprises late and sweet when heaven meets our dusty feet. The child grew strong, the days went fast, the time of weaning came at last. Abraham made a feast that day, celebration filled the way. But Sarah saw the older son, Ishmael, laughing as the joy ran on. Old wounds stir when futures rise, two sons standing side by side. Joy can carry a shadow too when paths must split to carry through. She said to Abraham, send them away, the servant and her son can't stay. The son of the servant, Isaac's promise or his heir. The matter grieved Abraham deep, for Ishmael was still his seed. A father's heart pulled hard apart between obedience and love. God said, do not be distressed today. Listen to Sarah, let them go their way. Through Isaac your offspring will be named, but Ishmael too will not be left unnamed. I'll make him a nation strong and wide, because he's your son and I've heard his cry. God sees still, God still listens in the well. She placed the boy beneath a bush, said, I can't watch in grief, so hush. But God heard the boy's cry that day. An angel called from heaven's way, Hagar, don't fear, lift him up, I'll make him into a nation strong. God opened her eyes to see a well of water flowing free. God was with the boy as years went by. He lived and grew beneath the sky, an archer strong in desert land. His mother found him a wife by hand. Even in places far from tents, God keeps every promise man. At that same time, Abimelek came with Phicol by his side in name. He said, God's with you in all you do, so swear to deal with me in truth. Peace is made where truth is said, when grudges die and trust is fed. Abraham said, I'll swear it so, but spoke of a well that was taken though. Abimelek said, I didn't know. They settled peace and let it go. They made a covenant that day at Beersheba, where paths meet and stay. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree, called on God eternally. The everlasting God was named, as laughter lingered, hope proclaimed. Morning came with a quiet calm, a harder road than before them all. Faith stood still, the fire was near, a whispered word Abraham would hear. After these things God tested him, called out Abraham soft and thin. He said, here I am without delay, still listening, still ready to obey. God said, take your son, your only one, Isaac, the joy you waited for so long. Take him now to the mountain high, the place I'll show beneath the sky. Offer him there an offering true, a word so heavy it split him in two. Early morning Abraham rose, saddled the donkey steady and slow. He split the wood, took fire and knife, set out with Isaac his promised life. Two servants walked the first long mile, the road was quiet, the sky was mild. Steps fell soft on the waiting land, trust held tight in a trembling hand. On the third day Abraham looked ahead, saw the place God's word had said. He told the servants, you wait here, the boy and I will worship near. We will return, the words rang true, even when he didn't know what God would do. Faith speaks hope before it sees, trust breathes deep on bended knees. Abraham laid the wood on his son, took the fire and knife, and on they went as one. Isaac said, Father, here I am. The fire and wood are close at hand, but where's the lamb for sacrifice? Abraham said, God will provide. God will provide. The words held fast through every step, through questions asked.
by stone. He bound his son, laid him there on top of wood in open air. Abraham raised the knife up high. The moment stood between earth and sky.
Everything silent, breath held tight, face stretched thin in the morning light.
Then an angel called from heaven's flame. Abraham, Abraham, he said his name. Do not lay your hand on the boy, do not harm him. Now I know your heart is true, for you did not withhold your son, your only one. Abraham looked and saw nearby a ram caught fast by its horns on high. He took the ram, offered it there in place of his son on the altar stair. God will provide, the mountain cried, life for life the ram supplied. Abraham named that sacred ground, the Lord will provide, the truth resound. And it said to this very day, on the mountain the Lord makes a way.
The angel called a second time, spoke a promise sealed in time. By myself I swear, God said, because you trusted where I led, I will bless you, multiply your seed, stars of heaven, sand of sea.
Your offspring will stand in victory, and through your seed all earth will be free.
They came back down the mountainside, father and son still walking alive. From silent fear to promise renewed, trust stood tall,
where love was proved. The tents grew quiet, the laughter slowed, the long road paused where love had grown. Years had passed, the promise stayed, but now a life was laid to wait. Sarah lived 127 years, shared joys and roads and wandering fears. She died in Kiriath Arba's ground, Hebron's hills where grief was found. Abraham came to mourn and weep, love remembered sorrow deep. From shared beginnings to final breath, love still speaks in the face of death. Promises walk through tears we cry, even when goodbyes draw nigh. Abraham rose from Sarah's side, spoke to the Hittites standing wide. I am a foreigner living here, give me a place to bury her. The people answered, kind and true, choose the best, our tombs are yours to use. Honor spoken in open land, respect exchanged from hand to hand. Even in grief, truth stands tall when humility guides us all. Abraham bowed before the crowd, said, hear me now, please hear me loud. If you will help me lay her down, ask Ephron here to sell his ground. The cave of Machpelah I seek, at the edge of his field, fair and complete.
Not borrowed ground, not favors owed, but a rightful place along the road. Ephron spoke where all could hear, take it free, the field is clear. The cave, the land, I give it you, in the presence of my people too. But Abraham bowed and answered plain, I'll pay the price, no gift, no claim. What's received must be rightly done, so peace can last when words are gone. Ephron named the silver fair, 400 shekels weighed with care. Abraham listened, counted it out, before them all without a doubt. The field was sealed, the cave made sure, trees and borders standing firm. A place secured in foreign soil, hope planted deep through patient toil. So Abraham buried Sarah there in the cave beyond Mamre's air. The field of Machpelah passed his name, a lasting deed, a lawful claim. From wandering tents to resting ground, a promise touched the earth and bound. Not all hope rises in the sky, some waits in soil till days pass by. The years rolled on, the promise grew, a future waiting to come into view. From settled tents to a distant land, love would rise by a guiding hand. Abraham was old, his days fulfilled. The Lord had blessed him in all things still. He called his servant the oldest he had, who ruled his house through good and bad. Place your hand beneath my thigh, swear to me now before God Most High. Do not take a wife from this land, from the daughters of the Canaan stand. Go back to my people, my family line, find a wife where the promise shines. The servant asked, what if she won't come? Should I take your son back where you're from? Abraham said, no, hear this clear, the Lord who brought me safely here, he will send his angel and you'll find the one he has in mind. If she will not come, you're free from blame, but never take my son away. So the servant took 10 camels strong, loaded with gifts, and journeyed on to Noah's town. He came at night by the well in the evening light. He made the camels kneel and stay, and prayed a prayer along the way.
Lord God of my master, hear me now. Show your kindness, show me how. Let the one who serves with care be the chosen answer to this prayer.
Let the girl who offers drink to me and draws for camels generously be the one you've chosen today. Before he finished, she came his way. Rebekah came with a water jar, beautiful, kind, and standing near.
She ran to draw again and more, till every camel drank its fill. The servant watched in quiet awe, wondering if the Lord had sealed his will.
He gave her gifts of silver and gold, asked of her family roots and home. She said, I'm Bethuel's daughter born, Milcah's child of Nahar's line. She ran to tell her family all what had happened by the well that called. When answers come, they come complete. Right place, right time, where prayer and life meet. Her brother Laban came outside, saw the gifts and heard the sign. He welcomed him with open door, food prepared, a place to rest. But the servant said, I will not eat till I speak the reason for my feet.
Truth waits patiently to be heard, even before the evening's sighed, "This comes from the Lord," they replied.
Bethuel and Laban spoke as one, "Take her and go, the Lord has done."
Let her be the wife God chose for Abraham's son as the promise flows. The servant bowed and praised the Lord, gifts poured out in thankful joy.
Rebekah was asked, "Will you go?" She said, "I will," and hope said so. They sent her off with blessing sung. "May you be thousand upon thousand strong. May your offspring take the gate of those who stand in hate." She mounted up and rode away across the land toward a new day, leaving home, not looking back, trusting God to guide her path. Isaac walked in evening light, meditating as day met night. He looked up and saw them near. Rebekah saw him, felt the fear. She veiled her face and asked his name. The servant said, "That is the man."
When paths align and prayers are done, love steps forward in the sun.
The servant told Isaac all that passed, from prayer to answer, first to last. Isaac brought her into Sarah's tent, took Rebekah, and love was sent. He was comforted after his loss, a gentle joy beneath the cross of time. From faithful prayer to open door, love arrived as promised before. By will, by word, by God's own hand, the future moved just as he planned. The road keeps moving, the days roll by. One life fades as another tries. From open tents to evening flame, the promise walks through every name. Abraham took another wife, Keturah walked into his life. She bore him sons in later years. Zimran and Jokshan, names appear. Midian, Midian, Ishbak too. Shua joined the growing view. Many branches from one root grown, different paths but not alone. Life keeps spreading far and wide, from one old man to every side. Jokshan fathered Sheba's line, Dedan's clans through time and sand. From Midian came tribes well known, Ephah, names were sown. Abraham gave them gifts one day, sent them east to find their way. Blessings given, roads set free, not every seed the chosen tree. To Isaac he gave all he owned, the covenant path clearly shown. Abraham lived a full long span, 175 years of man. He breathed his last content and old, gathered home as life was told. From wandering dust to faithful end, a friend of God, a walking man.
Isaac and Ishmael side by side laid him down where Sarah lies.
Mashpelah's cave by Mamre's field, a resting place the land revealed. After Abraham's final breath, God blessed Isaac in his steps. Even after goodbyes fall, the promise still outlives us all. These are Ishmael's sons by name, born to Hagar, Abram's flame. 12 princes rose from his line, Nebaioth, Kedar through desert time. Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma known, Duma, Massa, paths were sown.
From Havilah to Shur they spread, east of Egypt where they tread.
Ishmael lived 100 heaven. Then he died and went from heaven's edge. He settled near his brother's way, just as God had said that day. God keeps words both large and small, every promise after all. Now this is Isaac's living line, Abraham's son in God's design. Isaac prayed when years ran dry, Rebekah barren, asking why. The Lord heard prayer, new life began. Two sons stirred within the land, even before the children's cry. God was working deep inside.
Rebekah said, "Why is this so?" The Lord replied what she would know.
Two nations struggle in your womb, two people split before they bloom. One will be stronger, one will serve. The older bends where the younger curves. Destiny whispers long before we know what we are living for.
The first came red and covered bare. Esau was his given name.
Jacob followed, gripping heel, holding tight what he would steal. Isaac was 60 when they were born, twin sons greeting the morn.
Two brothers breathing the same first air, walking roads that won't compare.
Esau grew a hunter strong, loved the field where he belonged. Jacob stayed near tent and fire, quiet hands, a different desire. Isaac loved Esau's game, Rebekah loved Jacob's name.
Even love can lean askew, favor shapes what hearts pursue.
One day Jacob cooked a stew, red and rich and smelling new. Esau came in worn and spent, said, "Feed me now, I'm at my end." Jacob said, "Sell your birthright fair." Esau shrugged in hunger's glare, "What good is birthright if I die?" He swore it off with empty eyes.
So Esau ate and walked away, despised the gift he gave that day.
The story turns, the tension grows. The promise moves through highs and lows. The land went dry, the skies held back, old roads echoed an ancient track. Once again the test returned, a lesson Isaac had to learn.
A famine came upon the land, not the first one Abraham had planned. Isaac went toward Gerar's way, where Abimelek held his sway.
The Lord appeared and clearly said, "Do not go down to Egypt instead. Stay in the land I showed you. I'll be with you, I'll bless you too."
I'll give these lands to you and yours, fulfill the oath I swore before. Your children more than stars above, through your seed all earth I'll love.
For Abraham obeyed my voice, kept my commands, made me his choice. Promises spoken don't fade with time, they walk the family line by line. So Isaac stayed in Gerar's land, and fear again took him by hand. He said of Rebekah, "She's my sister," afraid of men who might resist her.
But days went on, the truth was seen. Abimelek looked out between.
even faithful hearts feel them roar. The king said, "What have you done to us? One wrong step could have ruined us."
He warned the people far and wide, who harms this man or his wife will die.
Isaac sowed in that same year. Harvest came both full and clear. 100-fold the fields reply, the Lord's own favor multiply.
He grew in wealth, his flocks increased, till envy stirred from west to east. The Philistines stopped wells of old, with earth and stone the past was closed.
So Isaac moved from place to place, reopening wells with patient grace. Dig again where others close, let living water freely flow. The first well's name was Esau, called for quarrel, where the tempers flared.
The second well they fought as well, he named it Sidna, trouble spell.
Isaac moved and dug once more, no fighting now, an open door.
He named that place Rehoboth wide, for now the Lord has made us room to thrive. From there he went to Beersheba, the Lord appeared that very night.
I am the God your father knew, do not fear, I'm here with you.
I will bless you, make you grow, for Abraham, my friend, long ago. Fear falls quiet when God draws near, faith grows strong where he is clear.
Isaac built an altar there, called on the Lord with open prayer.
He pitched his tent, the servants found another well in blessed ground.
Abimelek came with fickle near, said, "God is with you, this is clear."
Let there be peace between us now, a binding word, a mutual vow.
They swore an oath and shared a meal, peace was made and sealed as real.
That same day servants came to say, we found water here today.
He named it Sheba, well of oath, Beersheba, still that city's oath.
Where peace is chosen, wells run deep, promises are ours to keep.
When Esau reached 40 years of age, he took 2 wives from Hittite land.
They brought grief to Isaac's days, and Rebekah felt the weight.
Through famine, fear, and moving ground, God's blessing followed all around.
Dig the wells, move when you must, the promise holds for those who trust.
Evening shadows stretch long and thin, a quiet house, a deeper sin. Words were whispered, plans were made, a moment chosen, a price to be paid. Isaac was old, his eyes grown dim, he called for Esau, his eldest son. My time is near, he softly said, go hunt for me, bring food and bread. prepare the meal my heart loves best, so I may bless you before I rest.
A blessing waits on a fragile bread, between love and fear, between life and death.
Rebekah heard every word that day. Jacob stood close as Esau went away. She said, I heard your father speak. Now listen close and move your feet. Bring me goats from the waiting pen. I'll cook the meal, you go in then. When favor leans and fear takes hold, love can twist the truth it's told.
Jacob said, Esau's rough and red. My skin is smooth, I'll be caught instead. If he feels my hand, I'll bring a curse. But Rebekah said, let it fall on me first.
She dressed him up in Esau's wear, put goat skin on his hands and hair. A borrowed voice, a borrowed face, stepping into another's place.
Jacob came in and softly said, my father, and Isaac lifted his head. Who are you, son? The old man asked. I am Esau, Jacob answered fast.
The hunt was quick, the lie went on. The Lord your God made it happen.
The voice sounds right, the hands feel wrong. Truth and doubt pull all night long.
Isaac said, come close, let me see. He felt the hands, but heard the plea.
The hands are Esau's, the voice is you. But still the blessing passed right through.
He ate the food, he drank the wine,
Then laid his hands and crossed the line.
once spoken out, the words take flight. Blessings move beyond the night.
May God give dew from heaven above, rich fields of grain and overflowing love. Let nations serve and peoples bow. Be Lord of brothers from this hour now. Cursed be those who curse your way. Blessed be those who bless your name.
A future spoken, sealed in sin. The weight of words can't be unbent.
Jacob left as Esau came. The door swung wide, the moment changed.
Esau cooked and brought the meal. Said, rise, my father, bless me still.
Isaac trembled, shaken through. Who was it then that I just knew?
The room stood still, the truth rang loud, like thunder breaking through the cloud.
Esau cried with a bitter sound. Bless me too, don't shut me out.
But Isaac said, it's gone from me. I blessed him once, so it shall be.
Esau begged with tears and breath, but the words stood
cross is cut too deep to heal. Some moments teach us what is real.
Isaac said, "You'll live by sword. Serve your brother for a time, my Lord."
But when you grow restless, strong and wide, you'll break his yoke from off your side.
Esau held the anger in, waited for his chance to begin.
I'll kill my brother when morning's done.
Hatred simmered like a setting sun. Rebekah heard and warned her son, "Flee to Haran, go, don't run."
Stay with Laban, my brother there, till Esau's rage thins in the air.
She said to Isaac, "Life's too hard. If Jacob marries here among them."
So one was sent and one was scarred, a family split by a single card.
A blessing gained by broken means, a house divided by unseen scene.
The promise moves but leaves a trail of human cost where hearts still fail. A long road out of a broken room. Morning light chased a fading moon, with blessings spoken and fear behind. A young man walked with an open mind. Isaac called for Jacob near, blessed him once again sincere. Do not take a wife from this land, go to Paddan Aram as planned, to Bethuel's house, your mother's kin. Find a wife where our line begins. May God Almighty bless your way, make you fruitful day by day. May nations rise from you in time, the promise passed from Abraham's line. He gave the blessing Abraham knew, the land you walk, the future too. So Jacob left at his father's word, toward Haran's hills his heart still stirred. Esau saw how Isaac blessed, how Jacob went, how he was dressed, seeing what his father prized. Esau changed, but late realized. He took a wife from Ishmael's line, Mahalath joined him in that time. Still the road moved on ahead, Jacob walked where the promise led. When the sun went down at journey's close, he stopped to rest where night winds rose. Every traveler meets the dark, every journey needs a spark. He took a stone to rest his head, laid it down where he would bed. Then heaven opened in a dream, more alive than it might seem. A stairway rose from earth to sky, with angels moving, passing by. Up and down
children more than dust in view.
They'll spread west and east and wide, north and south on every side. Through you all families will be blessed. My promise lives and will not rest.
I am with you where you go, I'll watch you wherever you roam. I'll bring you back to this same ground, I will not leave till all is done. Not a step walked alone at night, not a promise lost from sight. Jacob woke with trembling breath, said the Lord was here, and I missed it.
How awesome is this place, he said. God's own house, the gate ahead. He took the stone where he had lain, set it up, poured oil again. He named the place Bethel that day, where once it had been called Luce's Way.
Common ground turned holy ground when heaven touched the earth around. Then Jacob made a vow aloud, if God goes with me just as vowed, gives me bread and clothes to wear, and brings me home in peace and care, then the Lord will be my God indeed. This stone, his house, my heart agreed.
And of all you give into my hand, I'll give a tenth just as planned.
Under stars on borrowed ground, a runaway heard a holy sound. From fear to faith, from stone to flame, the promise stood,
and knew his name. To a far-off place, dust on his feet, hope on his face. After the dream and the promise known, Jacob walked toward a future unknown. He came to the land of eastern kin, saw a well where flocks gathered in. 3 great stones on the water lay, waiting for shepherds to roll away. Jacob asked, my brothers, where are you from? They said, from Arena's home. Sometimes the road leads straight and clear, right to the place you're meant to be near. He asked of Laban, heard he was well, and while they spoke, the story fell. Rachel came with her father's sheep, a meeting marked by something deep. Jacob rolled the stone from the well alone, watered the flock like it was his own. Strength finds wings when love draws near, the heaviest stones feel light and clear.
Jacob kissed her, wept out loud, told her his name, his mother's blood. She ran to tell her father true, the family line had come into view. Laban heard and ran to see, embraced the boy from his sister's tree. Old roots stir when the past returns, family fires still flicker and burn.
Jacob stayed for a month and more. Laban said, tell me what you work for, though you're my kin, it must be fair. What will you give, what will you bear? Laban had daughters, 2 by name, Leah the first, Rachel the flame. Leah's eyes were gentle and kind, Rachel was lovely in face and line.
Jacob loved Rachel with all his heart, said 7 years I'll do my part, I'll serve you for her hand that day. And Laban said, better she stay. So Jacob served for 7 long years, but they felt like days through love, not fear.
Jacob bends time in a quiet way. Long years pass like a single day. When the years were finished, Jacob said, "Give me my wife, my time is paid." Laban gathered the town that night. A feast was made by torch and light. But when the morning broke the spell, it was Leah, not Rachel, who fell. When daylight comes, truth stands tall. Some surprises break the heart's wall.
Jacob said, "What is this you've done? I served for Rachel, not your first one." Laban said, "It is not our way to give the younger first that day. Finish this week, then Rachel too. For 7 more years you must renew.
What you once took by clever means now comes back in mirrored scenes."
Jacob did as Laban said. Finish the week, the tears he shed. Rachel was given his love still true. 7 more years he labored through. He loved Rachel more than Leah's place, and served again in Laban's space.
The Lord saw Leah was unloved and sore, so he opened her womb once more.
Leah bore a son named Reuben first. Now he'll love me, her hope burst. Then Simeon came, her cry still strong. The Lord has heard my sorrow long.
Levi followed, now we'll be bound, and Judah came. Praise poured out in sound. From pain came praise, from tears came song. God was working all along.
From wells and weddings, joy and cost, love was found and love was lost. Through waiting hearts and tangled plans, God kept moving through human hands.
To a far-off place, dust on his feet, hope on his face. After the dream and the promise known, Jacob walked toward a future unknown. He came to the land of eastern kin, saw a well where flocks gathered in. 3 great stones on the water lay, waiting for shepherds to roll away. Jacob asked, "My brothers, where are you from?" They said, "From Arena's home." Sometimes the road leads straight and clear, right to the place you're meant to be near. He asked of Laban, heard he was well, and while they spoke, the story fell. Rachel came with her father's sheep, a meeting marked by something deep. Jacob rolled the stone from the well alone, watered the flock like it was his own. Strength finds wings when love draws near. The heaviest stones feel light and clear.
Jacob kissed her, wept out loud, told her his name, his mother's blood. She ran to tell her father true. The family line had come into view. Laban heard and ran to see, embraced the boy from his sister's tree. Old roots stir when the past returns, family fires still flicker and burn.
Jacob stayed for a month and more. Laban said, "Tell me what you'll work for. Though you're my kin, it must be fair. What will you give? What will you bear?" Laban had daughters, 2 by name. Leah the first, Rachel the flame. Leah's eyes were gentle and kind. Rachel was lovely in face and line.
Jacob loved Rachel with all his heart, said 7 years I'll do my part. I'll serve you for her hand that day. And 7 long years, but they felt like days through love, not fear.
Love bends time in a quiet way. Long years pass like a single day. When the years were finished, Jacob said, "Give me my wife, my time is paid." Laban gathered the town that night. A feast was made by torch and light. But when the morning broke the spell, it was Leah, not Rachel, who fell. When daylight comes, truth stands tall. Some surprises break the heart's wall.
Jacob said, "What is this you've done? I served for Rachel, not your first one." Laban said, "It is not our way to give the younger first that day. Finish this week, then Rachel too. For 7 more years you must renew.
What you once took by clever means now comes back in mirrored scenes."
Jacob did as Laban said, finished the week, the tears he shed. Rachel was given his love still true. 7 more years he labored through. He loved Rachel more than Leah's place, and served again in Laban's space.
The Lord saw Leah was unloved and sore, so he opened her womb once more.
Leah bore a son named Reuben first. Now he'll love me, her hope burst. Then Simeon came, her cry still strong. The Lord has heard my sorrow long.
Levi followed, now we'll be bound, and Judah came. Praise poured out in sound. From pain came praise, from tears came song. God was working all along.
From wells and weddings, joy and cost, love was found and love was lost. Through waiting hearts and tangled plans, God kept moving through human hands.
A change in the wind, a look gone cold. Old words weighed heavy, stories told. When favor fades and voices strain, the road begins where ties remain. Jacob heard Laban's sons complain.
Jacob's taken all I gained.
Laban's face no longer kind.
The warmth of years had slipped behind.
The Lord said, "Go back home again.
To your father's land, your kin.
When I am with you, do not fear. Pack your life and move from here." Jacob called his wives aside.
Out in the field where flocks reside.
Your father's changed 10 times at least, but God has kept me, never cease. He swapped my wages night and day.
Yet God turned loss and blessed the way.
What was meant to wear me down lifted me up, turned me around. If he said speckled, speckled came. If streak, then streak were born the same. The angel spoke within a dream. I've seen all done against your scheme. I am the God of Bethel's vow.
Rise and leave this country now.
Old promises calling again. Time to move, time to begin. Rachel and Leah answered plain.
Do we have a share or claim?
Our father sold us, spent it all. What God has given, take it, go. So Jacob loaded all he had.
Sons and wives and herds he'd bred.
Freedom moves at break of day. Sometimes you leave without goodbye. While Laban sheared his sheep afar,
Rachel took the household God.
Jacob fled toward Gilead's hill. 3 days passed before Laban knew. He chased for 7 hard and fast, till God spoke warning in the past. Say no word, both good or bad. God set bounds on what he had. in the hills spoke with anger, hurt and will. Why deceive and steal away? Why not tell me I would have played? Why take my gods and daughters too?
Jacob answered, I feared you.
When truth waits till the chase is done,
Hearts collide and tempers run.
Jacob said, search my tents today. If you find your gods, I'll pay. Rachel sat upon the load, said, don't be angry, I can't arise. So Laban searched but found no sign. The idols hid by circumstance and time.
Secrets sit where no one sees until the moment mercy speaks.
Jacob burned with righteous cry. 20 years I served your side. Your flocks I kept by night and sun. Loss I bore when beasts had won. If God my father had not stayed, you'd send me off with empty hands.
God saw my toil, my weary plight, and judged between us last night.
Laban answered, softer now.
These daughters' sons are mine somehow.
But what can I do this very day? Let us make a pact and go our way. They raised a heap, a witness stone, a boundary marked where peace was known.
May the Lord watch between us two when we are hidden from each other's view.
They called it Mizpah, shared a meal, swore no harm beyond that hill. At dawn Laban kissed and turned. Jacob walked where promises burned. From broken ties to guarded peace, the road goes on, the past released. When watchful love must stand apart, God keeps covenant and guards the heart. Road bend back to a brother's face, old wounds waiting in open space. Between the past and the rising sun, a man stood still with nowhere to run. Jacob went on his way that day. Angels of God crossed paths his way. He said this place is God's own camp, and named it so where the messengers stood. He sent messengers on ahead to Esau, his brother, the words he said. Your servant Jacob bows to you. I stayed with Laban, now coming through. I have heard, and servants too. I seek your favor, peace with you. The messengers returned with news. Esau comes with 400 too. Jacob's heart grew tight with fear. He split his camp to guard what's dear. If Esau strikes the one he finds, the other camp may live behind.
When fear speaks loud and plans run thin, wisdom works where faith begins.
Then Jacob prayed beneath the sky, God of my fathers, hear my cry. You said return, you said you'd do all you promised, bring me through. I'm not worthy of kindness shown. From staff to camp, how I've grown. Save me now from my brother's hand. I fear him still, I understand. You promised good, a future white like sand by seas on every side. He stayed the night and chose a gift from what he had, a careful list.
goats and sheep in ordered lines, camels, cows, and donkeys fine. He sent them out in waves that night, with space between for softened sight. Say to Esau when you meet there, a gift before your feet. So gifts went on ahead that way, but Jacob stayed till break of day. He rose and moved his family near, across the stream where shadows steer. He sent them over one by one, then stood alone till night was done. Some battles can't be shared, they meet us where we stand unpaired. A man appeared and wrestled hard through the night and moonlit yard. They grappled till the break of dawn, neither yielding, holding on. The man touched Jacob's hip with might, it slipped from place in fading night. Strength gave way, but grip stayed tight. A broken man still held the fight. Let me go, the day has come, Jacob said, not till you bless me, son. What is your name? The stranger said. Jacob came, the answer dread. Your name is changed from this day on, Israel, for you have gone against God and men and stood not by power, but by holding good. A new name born from a wounded place, a limp carried with lasting grace. Then Jacob asked, tell me your name, but no reply, the blessing came. So Jacob named that sacred ground Peniel, where God was found. For I saw God face to face, and still my life was spared by grace. Dawn broke wide across the hill, night released its iron will. The sun rose as he crossed that stream, limping forward, a changed man's dream. Marked by night and morning's light, he walked on, blessed by the fight. The night had passed, the sun stood near. Old fears faded in the light so clear. A brother's face on open ground, where mercy waited to be found. Jacob looked up and saw him there, Esau coming with men to spare. 400 strong, the dust arose, the moment hung, nobody knows. Jacob went on ahead that day, bowed to the ground in a humble way. 7 times he bent his knee, lower than pride, higher than fear. But Esau ran to meet his kin, threw his arms around him, then he kissed his neck. They both wept loud, 2 old wounds breaking through the crowd. Esau said, who are these with you? Jacob said, the gifts God gave me too. When mercy runs faster than blame, the past loosens its grip on the name. The past loosens its grip on the name. The women and children drew near, each bowed low in respectful fear. Leah and Rachel stepped ahead with sons who followed where love led. Last of all came Joseph small, Jacob bowed before them all. What
was once divided whole now stands together, heart and soul.
Esau said, "What's all this I see? These droves sent ahead to me." Jacob said, "To find your grace, a gift from me in this place." Esau said, "I have plenty, brother. Keep what's yours, keep it together."
True wealth shows when hands are free, not clutching what they used to be. Jacob said, "Please take this sign, for seeing your face has healed my mind. It's like seeing God's own face. You've welcomed me with saving grace."
So Esau took the gift that day, and anger finally slipped away.
Grace received becomes a bridge from broken past to open ways. Esau said, "Let us travel on, side by side till the road is gone." But Jacob said, "You know the pace, the children tire, the flocks need space."
"Let my Lord go on ahead, I'll follow slowly," Jacob said.
Peace does not demand the same speed, only respect for what we need. Esau said, "Let me leave some men."
Jacob said, "Why trouble them?" So Esau turned towards Seir that day. Each went on their separate way.
Reconciliation doesn't bind, it frees both hearts, both roads, both minds. Jacob journeyed on to Sukkot's ground, built a shelter where peace was found. He settled safely in the land near Shechem city, tents well planned. He bought a field, set stones upright, built an altar in grateful sight.
He called it God of Israel there, a name of peace breathed into prayer. From wrestling night to morning sun, two brothers met, and mercy won.
Peace settles soft on the open land, but trouble rose from a careless hand. When pride runs fast and wisdom sleeps, the cost is more than one heart keeps. Dinah went out one day to see the daughters of the land nearby. Shechem saw her hammer, son, prince of the land where they had come. He took her, humbled her in force, a broken path, a twisted course. Desire without honor burns, leaves behind what time can turn. Yet his heart clung hard to Dinah's name. He spoke to her with tender claim. He said, "Tamar, get me this girl, let her be mine in this wide world." Hagar went to Jacob then, while sons came in from field and pen. Words can soften, deeds remain. Love can't erase another's pain. Jacob heard and held his peace, waited till his sons returned from fields. Hagar spoke of joining lives. Let us marry, trade and thrive. The land is open, wide and free. Take our daughters, live with me. Peace offer without truth's repair still leaves wounds hanging in the air. of Jacob answered sly, deception flashing in their eye. They said, we can't give our sister so unless you walk the way we know. Every male among you all must bear the sign that we recall. Sacred signs turned into bait, truth bent low beneath revenge's weight. Hamor and Shechem agreed that day, spoke to their men at the city gate. This deal is good, they said aloud, we'll gain their wealth, their flocks, their crowd. So every male was circumcised, trusting words that hid a lie. Greed blinds hearts to danger near, even warnings fail to clear. On the third day pain held fast, Simeon and Levi moved at last. They took their swords, entered the town, killed every man, cut Shechem down. They took Dinah from his house while blood ran through the silent streets. Anger loose becomes a flood, justice drowned in human blood. Jacob's sons looted all they found, flocks and herds from broken ground. Women, children, wealth they took, a city crushed beneath their look. What starts in sin and feeds on rage leaves ruin written on every page. Jacob said, you've brought me fear, made us hated far and near. We are few, they'll gather round, strike us down, wipe us out. They said, should our sister be treated so? The question echoed unanswered low. No song of peace, no victor's cry, only shadows where truth should lie. When wrong meets wrong in bitter return, everyone loses and nothing is learned. After fear and broken ground, a quiet call was heard again. The road bent back where vows were made to holy ground, to God's own name. God said, rise up, go back again to Bethel where you once had lain. Settle there and build an altar true.
Jacob said to all his house, put foreign gods and fear away now. Wash yourselves, change what you wear, we're going back to meet him there.
They gave him idols, rings and charms. Jacob buried them beneath the oaks. A terror from God fell on the land. No one chased them, none made a stand. They journeyed on in guarded peace till Bethel rose where memories sleep.
What you bury frees your way. Old chains loosen where truth holds sway. Jacob built an altar there, called the place El Bethel Fair. For God had met him on the run when fear was high and hope was thin. Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, then died beneath the oak where tears were cried.
Every road holds joy and loss, even holy ground bears a cross.
God appeared to promise again. Blessed him there and spoke his name. Your name is Jacob, but no more. Israel is what I call you for. Be fruitful, multiply and grow. Nations and kings from you will flow. A new name spoken, future wide. The promise sealed on heaven's side.
I am God Almighty, he declared. The land I gave to those who shared. Abraham and Isaac before, I give to you and children more. God went up from where he stood. Jacob marked the place with stone and wood. Oil poured out, a pillar raised, memory sealed where God had stayed.
They journeyed on, but sorrow came near Ephrath's road in birth and pain. Rachel labored hard in deep life, and death began to meet as her life slipped quietly by. She named her son Benoni.
Pain speaks loud in parting breath. Hope still cries at the edge of death.
But Jacob named the child that day Benjamin, strength on the way. Rachel died and was laid to rest. A pillar marked her gentle place. Jacob moved on where flocks would roam, pitched his tent near Migdalater's stone. Love is carried beyond the grave in names we keep, in lives we save.
While Israel lived upon that land, Reuben crossed a boundary line. Israel heard but said no word. The weight was kept, the silence stirred.
These are the sons of Israel's name, born in Paddan Aram's frame.
Leah's sons were 6 in line, Reuben, Simeon, Levi's time.
Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Rachel bore Joseph, Benjamin. Bilhah's sons were Dan and Naphtali. Zilpah's sons were Gad and Asher by.
Jacob came to Isaac's tent at Mamre where the years were spent. Isaac lived a long full span, 180 years of man.
He breathed his last, old and complete, Esau and Jacob at his feet. From idols buried, vows renewed, from lost a name made strong and new. Back to Bethel the circle closed, the promise stood, and still it goes.
Before the promise settled deep, another story learned to keep. A brother's line on rugged ground, where kings rose up and names were crowned. These are the generations told of Esau's line, both young and old. Esau is Edom, red of name, living where the mountains flame. He took his wives from Canaan's land, Idaho, holy Bama stand.
Past divide, but stories run different roads beneath the sun.
Base map joined him in that time, daughter of Ishmael's family line. Adabor Eliphaz strong, base map son was real born. Oh, holy Bama gave him 3, Jish, Jalam, Korah, Recede. Esau moved from Canaan's ground, too much wealth where Cain was found. Jacob's land could not contain both their flocks, both their gain. So Esau went to Seir's hill, where Adam's name was formed by will.
Sometimes distance keeps the peace, let's all tension finally cease.
These are the chiefs from Esau's line, by clan and place, by name and time. From Eliphaz came Teman's name,
Omar, Zepho, Kenaz, Cain.
Tim the boar, Amalek's flame, a branch remembered by his name.
Leaders rise and legacies stay, shaping lands along the way.
Reuel's sons were not half known, Zerah, Shammah, Mizah grown. From Aholibamah's sons came forth,
Chiefs and seers, southern north.
each became a ruling head as the people multiplied and spread.
Every family finds its place, marked by time and living space.
These are the sons of Ser the horrid, living in the land before the fight. Lot and Shobal, Zibeon too, and Adishon came into view. Ezer, Dishon, names of ground, roots of Edom deeply bound.
Old lands speak with older voice, before new kings make newer choice.
Lotan's sons were hoary, him unknown. Timnah stood not alone. Zibeon found warm springs one day while tending donkeys on the way. And I bore Dishon's line, children traced through place and time.
Every name a marker stone, every life a seed sown.
These are the kings before the crown, before Israel had kings around. Bela ruled from Dinah, Jobab followed strong and fleet. Husham came from Teman's land, had struck Midian by God's command.
Kings rose up then passed away, one by one along the way.
Samla ruled from Masrekah town, Shaul from riverlands renowned. Baal-Hanan held the throne, then Hadad ruled in his own zone. Each reigned without a father's crown, a different king in a different town.
Power shifts like desert sand, no throne lasts by human hand.
These are the chiefs of Edom's name, by clans and places still the same. Timnah, Alva, Jetheth stand, Aholibamah's lasting brand. Elah, Pinan, Kenaz known, Timnah, Mibzar, Magdiel grown. From red earth hills to royal lines, another people trace through time. Different road, but history stays running parallel to promise way. Boy with dreams and a father's smile, colors stitched in a hopeful style. But envy grew where love leaned hard, and brotherhood slowly broke apart. Joseph was young, 17 years, working the flocks with brothers near. The sons of Bilhah and Zilpah's line, he brought their wrongs into daylight shine. Israel loved him more than the rest, the child of old age, the father's best. Love that leans without care can leave a weight the heart can't bear.
They were worn like a shining crown, can draw the knives that cut it down. Joseph dreamed and told them plain, a vision bold like falling grain. We were binding sheaves, he said, when yours bowed low before my head. They said, will you rule over us? Will you reign? Their anger rushed. Dreams can heal or tear apart, depending how they hit the heart. He dreamed again of stars and sun, 11 moons and everyone bow down low in circling light. Even parents bent inside. Jacob rebuked but held it deep. The dream was stored for future keep. Some visions wait in silent ground till time unlocks the hidden sound. The brothers went to graze afar in Shechem's fields where tensions are. Israel said, go see if all is well. So Joseph walked where danger dwelt. A man found him lost and thin, sent him on toward Dothan's rim. Every step moves the story on, even when the road feels wrong. They saw him coming far away before he reached them that hot day. They said, here comes the dreamer now. Let's kill him here and see how. Reuben heard and pulled them back. Don't shed blood, change the track. Even in rage a pause appears, a chance between the knives and fears. Throw him in the pit instead, Reuben said with hope unspoken. So they stripped his robe away, cast him down where shadows stay. The pit was dry, no water there, a silent cry hung in the air. Dreams don't die in the dark, they wait for fire to strike a spark. They sat to eat as if at ease, while Joseph waited on his knees. A caravan from Gilead came, spice and balm and myrrh by name. Judah said, why kill our own? Let's sell him, leave the blood unknown. Silver speaks where mercy fails, prophet drowns the brother's wails. They sold him for 20 silver coins to Ishmaelites on desert joints. They took him down to Egypt's gate, where chains would teach him how to wait. What looks like loss beneath the sun may hide the road God's promise runs. Reuben came back, the pit stood bare. He tore his clothes in raw despair. What shall I do? The boy is gone, but the deed was done, the die was thrown. They took the robe of color bright, killed a goat in fading light. They dipped the cloth in blood and said, do you know this? Words left unsaid. Truth bent low beneath the light. Silence let a father cry. Jacob knew the robe at once. My son is gone, his grief pronounced. He tore his clothes, wore sackcloth long, refused all comfort night and dawn. I'll go down mourning to my grave. The father wept, the son he gave. Grief
runs deep where love ran true, and loss rewrites what we once knew.
Meanwhile Joseph crossed the sand to Egypt's wealth by foreign hand. Potiphar bought him from the chain, an officer in Pharaoh's reign. From colored dreams to iron land, a boy was sold by a brother's hand.
But dreams don't die in foreign soil. They grow through time, through trial, through toil.
While dreams were carried far away, another road turned close and gray. Between the tents and village gate, a hidden story learned to wait.
Judah left his brothers then, went down to stay with Adullam's men. He saw a woman, Shua's child, took her as wife. The years went wild. She bore him heir, then Onan came, then Shelah joined the family name.
Lives entwined where choices lead, seeds are sown by every deed. Judah found a wife for her, Tamar was the name he gave to her. But was wicked in the Lord's sight, so the Lord took her from life. Judah said, Onan, take your stand, give offspring to your brother's land. Duty called where lost still burn, a sacred trust too lightly spurned.
Onan knew the child wouldn't be his, so he spilled his seed, refused the gift. What he did was evil and wrong, so the Lord took him before long. And Judah said to Tamar, wait till Shelah grows to marry you.
Promises delayed can turn to chains, hope grows thin in waiting pain. Time rolled on, Judah's wife had died. Shelah grew, but Tamar's tied. She saw the vow would never come, justice stalled, the path undone. She took off widow's clothes that day, veiled herself along the way. When doors stay closed by fearful hands, truth finds another way to stand.
Judah went up to Timnah-Shear, saw her there and drew near. He thought she was a woman of the road, asked to lie with her unaware. She said, what pledge will you give to me? He gave his singed staff and cord to see.
Marks of power traded blind, truth tucked deep for future time. She conceived and went away, put her widow's clothes back on that day. Judah sent a goat by friend's hand, but couldn't find her in the land. The men said, no shrine girl here. Judah said, let it be, I'll bear the fear. Shame hides fast but never long, truth waits patient, quiet, strong. About 3 months later word arrived, Tamar's with child, the charge was cried. Judah said, bring her out to burn, justice spoken sharp in turn. As she came out, she sent this sign to the man who owns these, the child is his.
Truth doesn't shout, it shows the proof, quiet as a cord, a staff, a loop.
Judah Judah saw and bowed his head. She is more righteous than I, he said, for I did not give her Shelah's hand. He knew his fault, took his stand. He did not lie with her again. The judgment sealed, the truth made plain.
Grace begins where blame is owned, when hearts confess what they have sown. When the time to give birth came near, two sons struggled inside her. A hand came out, a scarlet thread marked the first door, so they said, but he pulled back, another ran. Perez burst forth, changed the plan. Breaking through where order bends, God still writes how the story ends. The one with thread was Zerah named. Both were born through troubled flame, from hidden wrong to justice named, from broken vows to truth reclaimed. A scarlet thread, a saint it shone, the promise moved through flesh and bone.
Chains on the road, but a light within. A new land waits where trials begin. What looks like loss to the watching eye may hide the path where blessings lie. Joseph was taken to Egypt's gate, sold to Potiphar, a man of state. An officer under Pharaoh's throne, a captain strong, a house well known. But the Lord was with him in all he did. Success followed where Joseph lived. Even far from home and name, God's favor walked with him just the same. Potiphar saw that the Lord was near, that all Joseph touched became clear. He made him overseer of his place, put all he owned in Joseph's care. From bread to field, from gate to store, the Lord blessed all he had and more. When trust is earned by faithful hands, responsibility expands. Joseph was strong in form and face, blessed in work and outward grace. Potiphar's wife cast longing eyes, spoke to him with tempting cries. Come to my bed, she said one day, but Joseph turned and walked away. Strength is found in what you flee, not every door is meant to be. He said, my master trusts me all, no thing is kept from me at all. How could I do this wicked thing and sin against my God and King? Day after day she pressed her plea, but Joseph would not bend or be. Faith stands tall when no one sees, loyal in the silent plea. One day the house was empty still, she caught his cloak against his will. Lie with me, her voice again, he left the garment, fled the den. She held the cloth and cried aloud, to turn the truth into a cloud. A clean escape can still look wrong when lies are louder than what's strong. She told her husband with twisted tale, pointed blame made virtue fail. Potiphar burned with angry flame, had Joseph seized and bound in chain. He sent him to the prison door where Pharaoh's captives waited sore. Doing right does not ensure that the road ahead is pure. But even there behind the bars, the Lord was near, not distant far. He showed him favor in the cell, the warden saw and knew it well. He put the prisoners in his care, all that was done through him there. No wall can block what God intends, his favor follows to the end. From trusted house to iron chain, the faithful heart did not complain. In darkest rooms where hope seems thin, God still works and works within. Iron doors and borrowed light, time moves slow through endless night. In the waiting truth still breathes, even where no future seems. Sometime later trouble grew, Pharaoh's servants 2 by 2. The cupbearer and baker too angered him, no reason new.
They were placed where Joseph stayed, in the prison's guarded shade. Even kings can fall by chance, power shifts without advance.
The captain put them in his care, Joseph watched them day by day. One night each dreamed a dream, different signs, the same deep theme. When morning came, their faces fell, something heavy they could tell.
Dreams can trouble waking eyes when meaning hides behind the signs.
Joseph said, why downcast so? They said, we dream, but no one knows.
He answered calm and standing still, interpretations come from God alone. Tell me now what you have seen. So they spoke the night between.
Wisdom listens before it speaks, truth arrives when hearts are meek. The cupbearer spoke first in line, a vine before me full of light. 3 branches budded, bloomed and bore, grapes were pressed for Pharaoh's cup once more. I took the wine and placed it there, back in service, fully spared.
Joseph said, this is what it means. 3 days tell what will be seen.
In 3 days Pharaoh lifts your head, restores your place as once you led.
You'll place the cup in Pharaoh's hand, just as you did at his command.
But please remember me when free, speak my name and set me free.
Hope dares whisper through the bars, trusting mercy travels far.
The baker saw a hopeful sign, spoke his dream in nervous time. 3
white baskets on my head, top one filled with baked on bread. Birds came down and ate it all, right there in the prison hall.
Not all answers comfort heart, some speak truth that tears apart.
Joseph said, this is the sign, 3 baskets equal 3 short days.
Pharaoh lifts your head as well, from your body not to raise. You'll be hanged upon a tree, birds will take what's left of thee.
Truth stays true though hard to hear,
God's word stands when fate is near.
On the 3rd day came the feast, Pharaoh honored those released. The cupbearer was raised again, placed the cup just like before. But the baker met his end, just as Joseph said it then.
Every word had found its place, justice moved at measured pace.
Yet the cupbearer, freed and whole, forgot the man in prison cold.
Joseph stayed where shadows lie, another season passing by. Dreams were spoken, truth was shown, but waiting still was Joseph's home.
When doors stay closed and hope feels thin,
God keeps time and waits within.
Two full years like silent sand, time slipped through an unseen hand. Then morning broke on Pharaoh's bed, with restless dreams inside his head. Pharaoh dreamed by the riverside, 7 fat cows and healthy pride. Up from the Nile came 7 more, thin and gaunt on the muddy shore. The lean ones ate the strong and fair, but stayed as thin as when they were. When power dreams and peace is gone, something deeper's moving on.
He woke in fear, then slept again. A second dream pressed hard within. 7 heads of grain, full and good, grew on one stalk as plenty should. 7 thin heads, scorched by wind, swallowed the good like famine's grin. Signs repeat, so truth is clear. God speaks loud when time is near.
Morning came, his spirit shook. He called the wise, the scribes, the books, but none could read the meaning through. The dream stayed dark, no answer true. Then the cupbearer spoke at last. My fault today, I recall the past. When memory wakes at heaven's time, forgotten names return in line.
He told of Joseph locked away, who rid our dreams with words that stay.
Pharaoh sent and Joseph came, shaved and clothed, called by name. Pharaoh said, I hear you see. Joseph said, not I, God speaks through me.
Wisdom bows before the Lord, truth is never self-adored.
Joseph said, the dreams are one, God has shown what will be done. 7 years of plenty rise across the land before your eyes. 7 years of famine follow fast.
worse than hunger's tears.
Now choose a man both wise and true. Set him over all you do. Store the grain while fields are strong. 1/5 saved before too long. In famine days the land will live because of what you choose to give. Wisdom plans before the fall. Preparation saves us all.
The council pleased both king and court. Pharaoh said with open thought, can we find another man with God's own spirit in his hand? He said to Joseph, you shall lead over house and throne indeed. From waiting room to royal seat, destiny rose to meet his feet.
He placed the ring upon his hand, clothed him fine at his command. Gold chain set upon his neck. Second chariot followed next. They cried before him, bow the knee. Pharaoh said, only I outrank thee. What God appoints no man can stall. He lifts the low and humbles all.
He named him Zaphanath-Paneah, then gave Asenath to be his friend. Daughter of Potiphar's line, Joseph ruled in Pharaoh's time. He was 30 when he stood over Egypt's field and food. Youth defined by years unseen, steps into a greater dream.
The 7 years of plenty flowed, grain like sand in storehouse piled. Joseph stopped the counting late, too much to number, great and weight. 2 sons were born before the need, names that told what God had freed. Manasseh, God made me forget
The pain, the loss, the old regret. Ephraim, God has made me grow, fruitful in the land I didn't know. Then plenty passed and famine came, just as spoken, just the same. The land cried out for bread to eat. Pharaoh said, go to Joseph's feet.
what was stored in hidden days now becomes the world's true stay. From pit to prison, dream to throne, a faithful heart was overthrown. Not crushed but raised by God's own hand to save the world as he had planned. Thou said, only I laid heed. What God appoints no man can stall.
He lifts the low and humbles all.
He named him Zaphanath-Paneah, then gave Asenath to be his friend. Daughter of Potiphar's line, Joseph ruled in Pharaoh's time. He was 30 when he stood over Egypt's field and food. Youth refined by years unseen, steps into a greater dream.
The 7 years of plenty flowed, grain like sand in storehouse piled. Joseph stopped the counting late, too much to number, great and weight. 2 sons were born before the need, names that told what God had freed. Manasseh, God made me forget the pain, the loss, the old regret.
Ephraim,
God has made me grow, fruitful in the land I didn't know. Then plenty passed and famine came, just as spoken, just the same. The land cried out for bread to eat. Pharaoh said, go to Joseph's feet.
what was stored in hidden days now becomes the world's true stay.
From pit to prison, dream to throne, a faithful heart was overthrown. not cry.
Famine stretched across the land, empty fields and open hand. From Canaan down to Egypt's door, old sins walked where hunger roared. When Jacob saw there was grain to buy, he said, "Why stare and let us die? I've heard there's food in Egypt's store. Go down and buy us some once more." So 10 of Joseph's brothers went, but Benjamin stayed where Jacob sent. Fear guards what love can't bear to lose, the youngest kept from old abuse. They bowed before the man in charge, did not know him robed in large. Joseph saw them, knew their face, but spoke as stranger in that place. He accused them harsh and cold. "You are spies," the story told. "Truth wears masks before it heals, testing hearts to see what's real." They said, "We're honest men in fear, 12 brothers born to one father dear. One is gone, the youngest home." Joseph's heart beat like a drum. He said, "By this your truth I'll see. Leave one here and bring him back to me." When truth knocks hard on memory's door, conscience wakes from years before. They spoke among themselves that day, "Surely this has come our way. Because of what we did back then, when Joseph begged and we condemned." Reuben said, "I warned you all. Now his blood is what we call. Guilt waits long but never dies. It speaks again in famine cries." Joseph heard and turned aside. Tears fell free where truth resides. He came back strong and took command, bound up Simeon in their hands. He ordered grain be filled with care, and silver turned inside their sack. Mercy moves in hidden ways, even in the testing days. They loaded up and left the land, but fear followed close at hand. At the lodging place they stopped to see their silver staring back at them. They trembled, said, "What's this God's done?" Their hearts sank low, their courage run. When grace comes wrapped in mystery, it shakes the soul to honesty. They told their father all that passed, the man, the words, the trials cast. They spoke of Simeon bound and held, of the demand for Benjamin as well. Jacob cried, "You robbed me blind. Joseph gone, now Simeon.
Grief guards tight what it still loves. Fear builds walls the trust can't cross.
Reuben said, take my sons instead. If I don't bring him back, he pled. But Jacob said, my son won't go. His brother's dead and I can't know. Silver weighed more than grain that day. Old guilt rose and would not stay. The road back home felt longer still.
As truth pressed close against their will.
The grain ran low, the cupboards bare, a hungry house, a whispered prayer. The road they feared stood waiting still, between survival and the will.
The famine pressed the land once more. The food was gone they brought before. Jacob said, go back and buy, but Judah answered with steady eye.
The man warned us clear and strong, we won't see his face unless he comes along. Some doors open only when we carry what we fear again. Israel said, why tell him so? Why say another brother's home? They said he asked us point by point, our father kin, we had no choice. Could we know what he would say? Bring your brother on that day. Truth spoken plain can still return with heavier cost than we can earn.
Judah stepped forward, voice held tight. Send the boy with me tonight. I will stand for him, he said. My life the pledge. If he's not led back again before your face, let me bear the blame always.
Leadership grows where love takes risk, when someone signs their name to this. Israel said, if it must be so, take a gift from what we know. Balm and honey, spices sweet, pistachios, almonds neat. Take double silver in your hand, return what came by God's command. We walk with caution and with grace, trusting God in fragile space.
Take your brother, Israel prayed. May God Almighty make a way. May the man show mercy true and send back all of you. He sighed and said, if I am bereaved, I am bereaved, and let them leave.
Faith sometimes trembles when it stands, still placing life in God's own hands.
They went down to Egypt's gate. Benjamin walked beside their fate. When Joseph saw them from afar, he saw his brother where they are. He told his steward quietly, bring them home and dine with me.
Mercy plans behind the scenes, long before we know what it means.
They feared when brought into the house. We're here because of silver found. He'll seize us now. Their voices shook. They spoke to the steward, breathless look. He said, peace to you. Do not fear. Your God has put
they bowed once more, fulfilled the dream from years before.
What was seen in youth's bright sleep returns in ways both strong and deep.
He asked of them, "Is your father well?" They said, "He lives." Relief could tell. He lifted eyes and saw the boy. Benjamin stood, his brother's joy. "May God be gracious to you," he said, then turned away where tears were shed. Love breaks through the strongest frame when truth and mercy share the same.
They sat to eat by rank and name, a wonder stirred but none could claim. Benjamin's portion 5 times more, joy rose where fear had lived before. They drank and laughed around the board, not knowing grace had tipped the scale.
Bread was shared, the door held wide, old guilt quieted for a night.
But testing wasn't finished yet. The deepest truth was waiting still.
The table clear, the laughter slowed, morning light on a borrowed road. Peace fell near, but truth stayed back, one final test in every sack. Joseph said to his steward near, "Fill their bags with grain and cheer. Return their silver, everyone, but place my cup in the youngest one. The silver cup, the prize design, hidden deep where truth would find." Some tests wait till the road begins to show what's changed deep within. They left the city at break of day, hearts still light along the way. But Joseph sent the steward fast. Why repay good with evil past? Is this not what my Lord can see? A cup of wisdom taken from me.
When accusation hits the bone, confidence can turn to stone.
They said, "Why speak these words so strong? Whoever has it, let him be gone. Let him die and we'll be slaves. We did no wrong, our hands are clean." He said, "The one with the cup will stay, the rest go free and walk away."
Freedom offered with a cost reveals what's valued, what is lost.
They searched from oldest down to last, each sack open, breath held fast. Then Benjamin's bag was torn wide, the silver cup lay deep inside. They tore their clothes, grief rushing in, turned back together, none walked in.
Once they sold a brother's life, now none would leave another behind.
They stood before Joseph once again, fell to the ground like humbled men. Joseph said, "What is this deed? Do you not know a man like me can see what's hidden, read what's true?" Judah stepped forward, heart in view.
When silence breaks, the soul must speak. Truth stands tall when pride grows weak.
What can we say? What can we prove? God has brought our guilt to view. We are slaves, Judah softly said, all of us with lowered head. But Joseph said, "Not so today. The one with the cup will be my stay."
Judgment narrows to a name, pressure burns like living flames.
Then Judah drew a breath and spoke a careful plea, a breaking yoke. My Lord, please hear your servant now. Do not burn with anger's vow. You asked us once of father dear, of youngest son we held so near.
Words remember every turn, every question once returned.
He told the story clear and long of the father old and sorrow worn. His brother died, so he holds this one. If harm comes now, he'll be undone. When we return without the boy, his life will fall into the void.
Love weighs heavier than fear when another life is held so dear.
For I became his pledge, Judah cried. I bound my life to the boy's life. If I don't bring him safely home, I bear the blame forever alone. He lifted eyes, his voice undone. Please let me stay and free the son.
Here stands the moment time rewrites, where self steps down for love's own right.
For how can I go back and see my father's face without the boy with me? I cannot watch that sorrow fall. Take me instead, I'll bear it all. The cup lay still, the test was done. A brother stood for another son.
What silver bought so long ago was paid in love, and mercy grew.
Stood still, the air grew thin, years of silence closing in. What was hidden, held and sealed, now stood ready to be revealed. Joseph could not hold it in, he sent the servants from the room. Alone with brothers, tears ran free, a breaking wave of memory. He cried so loud the house could hear, Pharaoh's court drew close in fear. When truth steps out of the shadowed past, love rushes in and breaks it fast. I am Joseph, the words rang clear. Is my father still living here? They stood frozen, shaken through, stunned by what their eyes now knew. Joseph said, come close to me, and they drew near in trembling feet. The face you feared, the voice you sold, now speaks with mercy soft and bold. I am your brother, sold away, the one you sent on that dark day. But do not grieve, do not be mad, do not blame, your heart's too bad. For God sent me ahead of you to save lives and save you too. What humans bend for harm and gain, God can turn through loss and pain. 2 years famines passed us by, 5 more still before supply. God made me ruler of this land to keep you all alive and stand. So hurry now, go tell my dad what God has done, both good and bad. Purpose walks where pain once stood, God meant it all for greater good. Bring him here without delay, live in Goshen close and safe. I'll provide till famine's end, so none of you will lose again. He fell upon his brother's neck, tears collect. The closest wounds can heal the most when truth restores what sorrow broke. They wept together face to face, old years undone by present grace. Joseph kissed his brothers, all their voices broke, their walls did fall. After tears they spoke again, not as strangers, but as men. Where guilt once lived and fear held sway, forgiveness cleared a living way. The news reached Pharaoh's listening ear, Joseph's family has come near. It pleased the king, he spoke aloud, tell them all this land is proud. Take wagons, bring your father down, the best of Egypt is yours now. When favor flows from God's own hand, even kings will understand. Joseph gave them clothes and grain, silver too for road and pain. To Benjamin he gave much more, 5 fine robes and silver poured. He sent them off with words so kind, don't quarrel on the road behind. Grace reminds us on the way, don't let old habits lead the day. They came to Jacob, said it plain, Joseph lives and rules the land. His heart stood still, he could not breathe, but hope crept back where grief had been. When he saw the wagons roll, life returned into his soul. Hope can wake what grief laid down when truth comes riding into town. I'll go and see my son, he cried, before I die, before goodbye. From sold out dream to saving plan, God's hand was there from end to end. Wagons creaked in the evening air, old grief stirred with answered prayer. A long road called a promise stirred, God spoke again and hope was heard. Israel set out with all he owned to Beersheba where the altar stood. He offered there to Isaac's God, between the past and roads unknown. That night God spoke in visions clear, called him twice so he would hear.
Jacob, Jacob, the voice came through, I am God, I will go with you.
Do not fear to go this way, I'll make you into a nation there. I will go down to Egypt too, and surely bring you back in time. Joseph's hand will close your eyes, peace will meet you when you die.
When God speaks on the edge of change, fear gives way to faith's refrain.
So Israel rose and journeyed on, sons and wives, the children born. They rode the wagons Pharaoh sent, every name intent content. Cattle, goods, the lives they made, all went down without delay. Whole lives move when God says go, every step he already knows. These are the names who traveled then, Israel's sons and sons of sons. Reuben first with Hanok near, Palu, Hezron, Carmi here. Simeon's sons came one by one, Levi's line and Judah's sons.
Names like stones along the way, each one marks a promised day.
Judah's line through Perez grew, Hezron, Hamul coming through. Issachar, Zebulun too, Leah's sons the count renewed. 33 from Leah's side, all together numbered right.
Every generation known,
sons and daughters here. Then came Rachel's children named Joseph and Benjamin proclaimed. Benjamin's sons were many strong, 10 in all, the youngest song.
From favorite child to family-wide, life multiplies on heaven's side.
Dan and Naphtali came along, Bilhah's sons, the number strong. All who came from Jacob's frame, 70 souls by counted name. From one man's tent to countless seed, God fulfilled what he decreed.
Judah went ahead to guide toward Goshen, where the fields were wide.
Joseph harnessed chariot bright, rode to meet him in first light. He fell upon his father's neck and wept with joy no words could check. When waiting ends in open arms, all the years lose power harm. Israel said, now let me die, since I've seen you face to face alive. Joseph said, I'll speak to Pharaoh now, tell him who you are and how. You are shepherds, this is true, so Goshen will be given you. From promised land to foreign soil, God walked with them through change and toil. Down to Egypt, not alone, the covenant moved, flesh and bone.
Foreign court, a silver throne, old footsteps echoed far from home. Blessing walked where power stood, two worlds met in quiet good. Joseph brought his father in before the king of Egypt's land. Jacob stood with weathered grace and blessed the ruler face to face. Pharaoh asked, how long your days? Jacob sighed in measured ways. My years have been few and hard, not yet the days my fathers walked. Jacob blessed him once again, then stepped back to his kin. Joseph settled them where fields were wide, in Goshen's best by Pharaoh's side. He gave them food as each one needed, every mouth was gently fed. Provision flows where wisdom plans, daily bread in careful hands. The famine grew across the land, no bread was left on either hand. Joseph gathered silver in, all the money traded in. When silver failed, the people cried, our money's gone, don't let us die. When resources fade and limits show, leadership reveals what it knows. Joseph said, bring livestock here, your herds and flocks I'll trade for bread. Horses, sheep, and cattle came for food to last another day. When that year passed, they came once more, with nothing left but bodies and sore. In desperate times the price grows steep. Life itself is what we keep. They said, buy us now, our land as well. We'll serve the king, just save us still. Give us seed that we may live, not watch the ground and people end. Joseph answered calm and plain, set a law that would remain. Order formed where chaos stood, structure born for common good. 1/5 goes to Pharaoh's store, 4 remain for seed and more. The people said, you saved our breath, may we find favor in your sight. Joseph moved them city to town, while fields were measured all around. Gratitude rises when life is spared, even under burdens shared. Only priestland stayed apart, given food by Pharaoh's heart. So Israel lived in Goshen's ground. They grew in number, roots went down. They gained possessions, fruitful still, God's quiet promise moving them. Even in exile, growth appears, hope survives the leanest years. Jacob lived in Egypt long, 17 years the days rolled on. When death drew near, he called his son. Joseph came, the moment begun. He said, swear to me this final plea, do not bury me in this country. Home still calls at life's last bend, memory reaches to the end. Carry me back to Canaan's land, lay me where my fathers stand. Joseph swore to do his will, Israel bowed upon the bed. From blessing kings to breaking bread, from hunger's cry to hope well fed. In borrowed land with borrowed breath, faith held strong, even unto death.
Quiet room, fading light, old stories breathe into the night. A father waits with borrowed breath to speak of life before his death. Some time had passed, the word was sent, your father's weak, the message went. Joseph took his sons that day, Manasseh, Ephraim on the way. When Israel heard, he gathered strength sat upright at the bed's edge. Even when the body fades, the spirit stands in ancient ways. Jacob said, God came to me at Luz in Canaan's mystery. He blessed me there and spoke it plain, I'll make you fruitful, break your chains. I'll give this land to you and yours, an everlasting open door. Promises spoken long ago still find their voice when elders go.
He said, your sons before I die shall be as mine. Hear this right. Ephraim and Manasseh too, like Reuben, Simeon in view. The sons you have after these two will bear your name and follow through. Adoption sealed by spoken word, a future shaped by what is heard.
Israel's eyes were dim with age, yet inside burned beyond the haze. Joseph brought his children near, and Israel kissed them through his tears. I never thought I'd see your face, he said, now God has shown me grace. Grace returns what lost ones stole, filling up the broken soul.
Joseph bowed with reverent care, placed the boys before him there.
Manasseh stood at Israel's right,
Ephraim on the left in sight.
but Israel crossed his aging hands, put the right on Ephraim's head.
Sometimes heaven chooses strange.
Blessings don't fall the way we plan. Joseph said, not so, my dad, the firstborn's here. You've misplaced your hand.
But Israel smiled and gently said, I know, my son, I know instead. He too will grow a people strong, but younger still will rise beyond.
God sees further than our sight, names the future day and night. He blessed them both with ancient sound, the God who walked with me around.
The angel who redeemed my days, bless these boys in every way. May my name live on in them, may they grow to multitudes of men.
Blessing travels through the years, carried on by hope and tears.
He said to Joseph, I am near, the end of days is coming clear.
But God will bring you back again to the land he swore to them.
He gave him Shechem's ridge that day, a double share along the way.
With crossed hands and steady voice, an old man made a heaven's choice.
The future bent where grace had planned and blessing flowed
From crossed hands. Gather close, the night is near. Old truths rise when death is clear. A father's voice, both soft and strong, sings the future into song. Jacob called his sons that day. Come together, hear me say, what will come in days ahead? is spoken at the end, echoes far beyond the 10.
Reuben, firstborn, strength and pride, power once at my side.
Unstable as the waters run, you will not excel as one. You climbed a bed that was not yours and lost the crown you held before. Gifts can fade when trust is crossed. Great beginnings still belong. Simeon, Levi, brothers bound, violence sharpened swords you found. Cursed be anger, fierce and wild, cruel the rage that never smiled. I'll scatter you throughout the land, break the grip of blood-soaked hands. Strength without restraint can fall, zeal unguided wounds us all.
Judah, you your brothers praise, your hand on foes in coming days. Like a lion crouched in might, who dares wake you from your right?
The scepter will not pass away till he comes, whom nations obey. From praise will rise a royal line, hope wrapped deep in Judah's sign. He binds his coat to the chosen vine, washes robes in richest wine. Eyes darkened, teeth made white, abundance poured in living light. Promise sings through royal blood, a future shaped by grace and good.
Zebulun by the seashore stays, a harbor through the trading ways. Issachar, a donkey strong, bent beneath the load too long. He saw the land was rich and fair, so bowed his back and labored there.
Different callings, different loads, each finds meaning on their road.
Dan will judge his people's way like other tribes in Israel stay. A serpent waiting by the trail, biting heels where riders fail.
Justice walks with subtle feet, victory isn't always neat.
Gad attacked but will attack back, he'll press the heel of those who track. Asher's bread will rich supply, food fit for a king's reply.
Naphtali, a doe set free, words of beauty flowing. He from struggle, plenty, song and speed. God draws out each tribe's true seed.
Joseph, a vine by water spring, branches climb o'er everything. Archers hated, shot in fear, yet his bow stayed strong and clear.
By the mighty one of Jacob's name, the shepherd rock, he stood the same.
Wounded hearts can still stand tall when God becomes their strength through all.
With blessings of the heavens above, deep below and womb and love. Blessings piled beyond the hills, crowning Joseph by God's will. Favor flows where faith endured, through every trial refined and pure.
Benjamin, a raven fierce, morning pray and evening purse.
Fire and fight within his name, different paths, the same God's flame. These are the 12 tribes spoken plain, each blessed by words both sharp and kind. Jacob charged them one last plea, bury me where my fathers be.
Final wishes spoken low, carry weight beyond what we know.
In the cave of Machpelah's ground, where Abraham and Isaac lie down, there I'll rest with Leah near, where generations disappear.
When Jacob finished speaking truth, he drew his feet, his breath grew loose.
A life of wandering, promise, pain, now rested still, while words remain.
Da 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 da.
wind grew still, the night grew long, a final breath, a faithful song. What was promised, walked and worn, now rested quiet. The seed was sown. Joseph fell upon his father's face, wept and kissed him in that place. He ordered balm and careful hand to honor Israel in death's command. 40 days the spices lay, Egypt mourned him many days. Even strangers grieve the just when a faithful life returns to dust. Joseph spoke to Pharaoh's court, asked for leave by promise sworn. My father bound me with his word to bury him where hope first stirred. Pharaoh said, go keep your vow, so they journeyed northward now. Promises don't fade with breath, they guide us even through our death. Chariots rode in solemn line, a mighty company through time. Beyond the Jordan grief stood tall, a 7-day lament for all. The people said this mourning's deep, so Abel Mizraim earned its name. And sorrow gathers far and wide, love leaves markers none can hide. Jacob's sons did as he said, laid him where the fathers lay, in Machpelah's waiting ground, ancient dust and promise bound. Then Joseph and the ones who came returned to Egypt just the same. We carry home inside our bones, even when we walk alone. When their father's breath was gone, the brothers feared the past lived on. Joseph may repay our wrong, their hearts grew weak, their courage gone. They sent a word and bowed in fear, we are your servants standing here. Guilt remembers what grace forgives, fear lingers where mercy lives. Joseph wept when words were said, he spoke with kindness instead. Do not fear, am I in God's place? You meant me harm in that dark space. Truth can face the deepest wound without returning pain too soon. But God meant it for good, he said, to save lives and lift the dead. What you planned for broken ends, God turned into mercy's hands. The same road cut by human blame became the path where blessing came. So do not fear, his voice stayed true. I will provide for all of you. He spoke with words that calmed their breath, life restored beyond the threat. Forgiveness doesn't erase the past, it redeems it. Strong and vast. Joseph lived 110 years, saw great grandsons through laughter and tears. He said, God surely will come through and bring you up. Remember this too. Hope looks forward even at the end, trusting God again and again. He made them swear up my hands today, got a smile I can't contain. Every breath and every beat is dancing to his holy name. He filled my cup, it's running over, spilling out onto the floor. I can't keep this blessing hidden, I've gotta give you more and more. I didn't earn this golden ticket, it's a gift that came for free. When I open up my mouth to shout, it's his spirit moving me. I'm pointing every finger upward, sending glory to the King. I'm just the happy microphone, amplifying everything. It's not mine to keep inside, it's a joy I cannot hide. This amazing grace I carry is meant to spread out far and wide. I'm a courier of kindness, running fast to spread the word to everyone who's ready, to the happiest truth you've heard. Every cheer and every praise goes right back to the ancient of days. It's not mine to keep, I'm just so blessed to know his ways. He gave the song to me so I could give the song to you. Look at what the Father did, look at what his love can do. What he lit inside my